Stream. That is a very good name for a stream. Like, actually God tier. That is God tier stream naming. God damn, that is good. That is so fucking epic. That is like actually a fucking amazing. People dream of that. People try. People aspire to do such great things. Oh my gosh. Alright, so we're starting. We're doing stream stuff. What are we starting? What are we doing? We're being a reacty schmackty. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Then I'm playing a game with my controller because I was gonna play Fallout 4, but my fucking wireless mouse that I for some reason still maintain after all these like mini events of like, oh hey, you know my shit's falling apart, is still falling apart, so. I have popcorn in the microwave. It is no longer in the microwave as I can smell it. I know, right? Based has. Okay. Creep this with me. Creepity peepity.
Hello, welcome back to From Soft Serve.
Hello.
And today's video is going to be about how I think I can prove that the Lord Vessel is definitely in the Manor basement, which I'm sure you've heard from numerous other videos about Dark Souls 2, that if you go into this manor in Majula, and then we go down here. Okay, well the lighting was a little bit broken there, but don't worry about that, I'll fix that.
Oh, I'm worried.
And we go down here.
It didn't pass my PvP.
I had to get the key from the cartographer guy. But once we do that, we're gonna light our torch, and in the corner over here, and there's an Estus shard right there, you will see what looks to be shards of some sort of bowl, and obviously it looks like the Lord Vessel.
Is weed.
But in the videos I've seen, now correct me if I'm wrong, but in the videos I've seen, they tend to say, well, you know, it probably is the Lord Vessel.
Because there's a whole one.
And I decided, I was like, well, I'm pretty sure I can prove it. So let's actually go look at the model itself. And,
yes.
But here we are
Based.
in a Smithbox project for Dark Souls 2. You can see we are in Majula.
Majula Iron
through
Fist.
the door. You're here, there, down here, and here you can see our little buddy, which, oh yeah, that's whenever you kill him. And so let's go fly down here, and you will see if we click it, it is M0782. So it did get its own basically model ID or map piece. That's what they call most of the things in Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 are map pieces. And they're also objects. So anyway, M0782. Let's go into the actual files of Dark Souls 2 and go find that specific model. So what we do is we go into, you know, Dark Souls 2 Scholar for Sin, game, model, and then we go map, and then it's going to be stored inside the map BHD file. Now, of course, it's going to be stored in the Majula one, which Majula is known as M10_004. Things betwixt is M10002, so or underscore O2. So you can kind of get the general lay of the land there. So I've already
Yes, can.
we find it here, map BHD. You'll see BDT and BHD. BHD is the one that you actually unpack, but the actual files are stored in BDT. It's the whole thing. So anyway, you just witchy BND. It's going to unpack 1004, and we're going to go up here. And inside here, you'll see there's a lot of .flv, which if you've watched my other videos, these are known as fivers or flivers, FLVER.
Liver.
That's their model format. So you can see it's obviously sorted numerically. And if we go to 782, .flv.dcx, DCX is the compression they use or the format it's stored as. So let's open up M782. And let's see if we can actually, yeah, just to show that it is actually the model. Here in the model viewer, you can actually see the shards that are on the ground there. And then we go into materials.
Liver.
And there's 2 mesh IDs. And we have the first one. They actually use, both IDs are the same. So you'll notice here it says the diffuse texture and the bump map texture. You'll notice it's using M18 plinth of fire _00.tga. Okay, so first thing to do, now that we know the actual texture name, we can actually go into the texture file itself and basically pull that up. So let's see if we go into model map, and it's going to be stored inside the actual texture files. So if we go into LM,
I love the non-language
I believe it's
specific
stored
sorting.
in the T ones, of course. I say that as if I don't know, but so they store the textures in the T1004. So once again, 1004 is Majula. We unpack that. She's going to think about it. Okay. There we
Witchy.
go. Now inside here are the textures for Majula. And we should see
The product of reverse engineering.
plinth
by
of
a
fire
community.
_00. Okay, so
So
we've
fucking
unpacked
awesome.
that. And here we go. This is the texture for those shards on the
Made
floor
by the nameless blacksmith.
in the manor basement. So now let's go to Dark Souls 1 and actually go to the Lord Vessel, and then we're going to look at that model and see what we can learn there. Okay, here we are in Dark Souls 1, Prepare to Die edition. I thought I would use the classic, which would be the version that was out when Dark Souls 2 was released. And of course, we can't get to Firelink Shrine, or we can't get to the altar normally where the Lord Vessel is, but we do have a little
have debug
program
mode?
called DS
Oh,
Gadget,
Christ.
and we should be able to actually go to. We should be able to warp here to the beginning of Kiln of the First Flame. And, well, I think there probably is a bonfire one that was closer on the list, but we're just going to run back up. Also, yeah, you can notice that little seam right there. I have not modded Prepare to Die Edition. Oh, no, it's a blocked door. Let me in. Let me
Teleport
in.
through the door.
Okay.
TP
I
through
think it's
the
on the
door.
list. There's definitely a list here. Okay, let's see.
TP through door.
Parish.
Kiln.
Firelink Shrine. Firelink Altar. Got it. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Knew that. Totally knew that was a thing. Shit in my head.
Give yourself the Lord Vessel. Come on, my bro.
I forgot the Lord Vessel.
Let's go. Just
Okay,
give
hold
it
on.
to yourself.
Okay, hold on, guys. I
Gift
know this
yourself
is-
the Lord
this is
Vessel.
wonky,
Come on.
But this.
Let's do it.
Okay, key items. Aha, Lord Vessel.
Uh-huh. You have unlocked the Lord
By the
Vessel
power of the Lord
achievement.
Vessel. Yes, cool.
Achievement unlocked. Cheats. H4X, brother. Let's
This
go.
is gonna be a really funny video of doing that. But shout out to DS Gadget. There's also DSR Gadget, which is for Dark Souls Remastered. Yeah, check that out.
Yeah.
There's the Lord Vessel. Is it going to do its
Nameless
big
Blacksmith
beam into the
Entity, let's
sky?
go.
Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. This cutscene looks so... This was actually an accident. Obviously, I didn't plan any of this for how this looks or works.
Yes, you did.
But I think
Don't
actually
lie.
this is the perfect way to introduce the Lord Vessel. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, those portals look a little... Yeah, those portals definitely look a lot different than Dark Souls Remastered. Technically, you can skip
True.
it. Okay, so now we have the Lord Vessel. Check it out. Look at the bowl. It's pretty cool.
Smoke that.
Yeah, let's go actually look at this model. It's crazy that I did all that literally just to stare at it, and then we're going to pull up that model outside of the game,
Beast.
which is kind of stupid, but I mean, that's a FromSoft serve video. Okay, so
I
let's go
like
into
it.
my other project.
I think it's
which I have a
outstanding
Prepare to
fucking
Die
content.
edition
God damn
project.
it.
And then we're going to pull up Kiln of the First Flame. Okay, okay.
FGU.
Which you can see, Kiln of the First Flame actually has a sort of version of Firelink Shrine that they
And
end
the
up using
basement.
for like the cutscenes and whatnot. So you'll notice there's actually just another Lord Vessel hanging out back here, but it actually has like ash in it. Weird. There's our homies. And here is the Lord Vessel. Not only that, but I can move it.
Lordy vessel.
And I can put it back. You'll notice its object, or its O8311. So they do have objects and map pieces. So here we have, 08311.
It's an object, so it has
And
to
let's go find that. And you'll notice I still have Prepare to Die Edition running in the background. So let's open up a new tab, and we'll put it next to the texture we found in Dark Souls 2, which is cool. Okay, that actually does not work. We're just going to center this on screen, if everyone is cash money about that. So let's go into my Steam folder, Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition, because
You've already
I was
unpacked
finally
this?
able to get a legal version of Prepare to Die Edition. It was on Amazon for $20. An actual code for it. It was insane. I hope that code will come back, because that was sick. And so then we're going to go map. No, actually, we're not going to go map. We're going to go object. And basically, object, the OBJ folder is where they store all of the objects. Anything that's not a map piece and is designated as an object is going to be in here. So it's basically anything that's interactable, generally. And so you scroll down to the number we're looking for, which is 8311.objbnd. And we hit wikibnd, which I've actually already done when I was doing this earlier. We open this up, and it's got inner root underscore win32. If y'all are still with me, I appreciate you. I know this is
Appreciate you.
long-winded, but I promise it's worth it.
Oh, it is.
So we go into object.
It's so fucking worth it.
And we see the dot fliver. I call it a fiver,
Fliver.
just because, I don't know, it sounds cooler. Let's open
Slivers.
that with our
Fun deck to
handy
run.
dandy Fiverr editor. And here you can see it actually loaded it right up front. We
all
can see
janky,
the
too.
model. It only has one mesh ID. And if we look under edit textures, M18 Plinth of Fire 00. Sounds familiar. I know. It is. And so let's go find that texture. This is going to be a full service operation here. So we have map, and we go into TX, and now we can, basically they alphabetically sort it, so we can go down to M18,
Like a bunch of
and
homies.
Plinth of Fire underscore
Like a bunch of
00,
good
and you'll see there's a normal map, specular map,
Like we're gonna run
which Dark Souls
around.
2 did not get the specular map, interestingly enough. And so I already unpacked it, and we have up here,
Dregs.
and wouldn't you know it, it's the same texture. They use the same texture. But what's more important about that? So obviously you can see that the Dark Souls 1 version is 512 by 512 for resolution. And then the Dark Souls 2 version is, oh, actually, no. Hold on.
They're both 512. You zoomed differently.
I just had it not zoomed in as much.
Yep.
Don't mind me. So it literally is the exact same
Goofy
texture.
goober!
I was wrong when I posted about this a couple days ago. It's because it loaded in at a different size. Yeah, it's the same texture. And here's the key thing. And because by default you could say, oh, well, you know, they share textures between Dark Souls 1 and 2, which they do. There have been instances of that. But there's a key difference to this in that they did not rename it. And because you'll notice it says M18. If we go back, and because you'll see Dark Souls 1, you know, M10, M11, all that. If we go back to Dark Souls 2 and load up that project, what does M18 signify? Because that's how they use, when they're naming textures, they commonly will use the map number. So it'll be M whatever. They commonly will do that. And if we look at the list of maps for Dark Souls 2, well, you'll notice there's not an M18. M18 doesn't exist. That's not a thing. And so if we go back to Dark Souls 1, Prepare to Die Edition, well, wouldn't you know it? M18 is Kiln of the First Flame. It is. So I think this is a case where it's very clear that they did not rename this texture. Now, you will also notice that the M18 Plinth of Fire, is it used elsewhere? Yes, it is. There are other textures that use a very similar texture, or sometimes the same one. As you'll see, the M18 Plinth of Fire was used in the Kiln of the First
Like
Flame.
the Chloranathi
But I still
ring.
think that's key, is
It's
that
got
they
flowers.
specifically did not rename the texture. Commonly, what they would have done is M04 or M1004 Plinth of Fire, or they could have named it literally anything else. And this is commonly what they've done with other textures, which this I did not actually plan at all, but I am actually very curious. So let's do something else. Let's test my theory. So let's actually unload Kiln of the First Flame, because I know another texture. This is from Dark Souls 1. This is from Undead Burg and the Depths.
The path from Hyde
So
to
let's
Majula.
see. M1528. Okay, so let's go back to model, map, M1004, and then it's M1528. Okay. Let's load up that Sucker Pucker.
Sucker
Don't really like that name.
Pucker.
I apologize.
I do
Okay,
too.
And then it's this little trim piece right here.
No Trim is a good band.
Okay, let's go find it. Hey. Yes. Okay, cool. So here is an instance where they also renamed the texture. So this texture is commonly known as M1001 Wall 31 in Dark Souls 1. And here it is known as M0005_D. And then it ends up using Inner Wall 31 as the specular map. But it is an instance where they actually renamed the texture, which is what I'm used to with Dark Souls 1 textures being used in Dark Souls 2. They will rename it. And the fact that they didn't rename the Lord Vessel texture, I do think is significant. Now, it could be an accident, but I think for something like that, it seems unlikely that they would use exactly the same texture on the Lord Vessel, same resolution, and leave the name of the Kiln of the First Flame map on the texture name, when they easily could have just renamed it like they renamed, as far as I've found, maybe not all of them, but the Dark Souls 1
This
textures
is very
that were used in
aluminum
Dark Souls
hat,
2.
but I like it.
Which there's not a ton, but there certainly is some. But yeah, let me know what you think in the comments. Is it confirmed? I think it is. I think that's 100% the Lord vessel. I just don't think there's any doubt anymore if it's using the exact same texture from Dark Souls 1 that was used on the Lord vessel. So
Oh my gosh.
let me know what you
can't
think in
type
the
your name.
comments. I do plan to do more of these kind of little videos because there's just a bunch of stuff I've looked at or investigated and in my off time, which I guess all of my time is off time. Thanks to you guys.
Thank
I am
you.
working on Dark Souls 2 again, or still, as you can see in the video. Majula got an overhaul a little bit, better AO, better lighting. There's a new sky shadow system that Dark Souls 2 lighting engine just added, so that I've been updating everything with. I've been adding
wanna fuck
roughness
with
maps, which basically is adding specular maps to Dark Souls 2, and that is massive. So I will do, the next video will be a Dark Souls 2 mod video, showing even more of the updates, because I've just been working on it for like 10 hours a day, because I love it. I love working on Dark Souls 2. I know people would probably prefer to see Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3 for sure. I think a lot of people would prefer to watch that. There will be a Dark Souls 3 video. I'm waiting for Dark Souls 3 lighting engine to get its update. Currently, the build I have of Dark Souls 3 lighting engine is from November of last year, and it's been updated so much since then, but I don't have access to that build because they're still working on it, which makes perfect sense, and they're kind of fine-tuning it. So once the new build of Dark Souls 3 lighting engine comes out, I promise I will do a giant video
Better.
showing how Dark Souls 3 looks with that versus the base game. But until then, I'll be working on Dark Souls 2, and I still want to stream. You know, I got to continue my magic character, Strawberry Diesel. I'll be posting the second episode of that soon. I remembered to download it. I was like, crap, I had to download it off Twitch because I didn't record it. Because I stream on the same PC, it's the whole thing. But anyway, thank you for watching, and yeah, I'll see you on the next video. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah. It was a cool investigation. It was cool as fuck, actually. I think that's the thing. Like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that we call that really fucking good content. Bless you.
Hey y'all, what it is, man?
It's like the cookie.
Those go funny together. That's just murder. Okay. That's what's up. Okay, hold on.
I'm warning you guys, by the way. They're selling out. Look, they're 40.
I'll be right back.
No, he's the same height as me. He can't.
X-Men. Go up it. Bodyguard, help me.
Uppies.
Thank you.
Do you need anything else? Let me know.
Radical uppies dude.
So proud of himself right now.
Wait, some dude just doodled on his sneaker in 5th grade and sold it for $1,000.
Yeah, but it was the gold Sharpie. Those are hard to find.
Oh my god, holy shit.
I know people who did that.
I can't really give you guys any proof, okay? But
I'll be right
the
back.
main reason why I wanted to move back.
We have listened
Wait, no?
to outstanding fucking outstanding fucking OPSEC before. We'll be back to
So
it
it's
soon.
just it's fucking exciting, man.
So did
It's
you get
fun.
to play with professional gamers? Is that
Yeah,
what you
some
mean?
professional
Oh,
gamers. Yeah,
wow.
I got this my man named Tommy. I got to I don't know if you know Nick Murs.
I'll be
Tim
right
the
back.
Fat Man.
No.
He's a Tim the Fat Man! Oh no! Oh, he said Tim the Fat Man on fucking Joe Rogan. That's awesome.
Fat Man. Tim the Tap Man. I got this.
That's
Tim.
gonna go.
Tim, I'm sorry. Tim.
That's a clip.
I'm sorry, Tim.
That's
Guys,
wild.
let me
That's bananas.
refresh your memory.
That's fucked.
What type of phone do you use? Android?
I used
I
a
am brain
flip
dead.
phone from
Most of the
1424
Woman
there, you
anonymous.
goober.
allowed to vote, so it's rigged. Hey, exit Soldier Boy. Did you say you want the Soldier console? I can
Yikes.
send you one. I'll talk you my butt.
No wonder my sub count is so high, dude. You guys love getting
That's
scammed.
cap. Boy, that's cap. Chat, that's cap. I'll send you the Soldier console via Joe. Unbox on stream das cap chat. Doot it sore ass next. And by the way, happy 7th
Wait.
month XQCL.
This chat is degenerate. Wait, this is the most degenerate I've
That
ever seen in my
virgin
life.
poll was useless. You could have just took the data from the Android/Apple poll. Android in sales lol. It has been an absolutely amazing ride for 19 months, Felix. To the end of the line with you. Much love and always keep delivering the juice. XQCL.
Okay.
Tim the what now? Back in my day, we just called people shitheads.
Okay,
We didn't talk
chat,
about
one
their
more.
immutable traits. We just called them shitheads. Why is
Peepo glad tea time.
Apple getting cooked?
Oh. What?
Love and always keep delivering the juice. XQCL.
Okay.
Someone uses both. Wild. That's what's up.
Okay. Chat, one more.
Peepo glad tea time cock.
He'll cry
Oh.
on your Pixel camera.
What operating system do you use? Mac?
Do the
Windows?
X funnier. Just do Win.
Linux.
Just do LOOSE. That's how you spell
Thanks
Linux.
to @star stuff for my sub gift. Love
I'm an
Lil
Arch
M and
Linux person.
MJC.
Just call it lose.
XQCL.
It's easier.
Alright, enjoy chat.
Do other for Solaris. What about our Solaris bros? What about our haiku homies?
If it's
Running
both,
to-
use the one that use the
Check if
most.
Chat is truly degenerate. Do you wipe after you poo? Yes.
I guess
or no?
Linux, technically. Weird.
What, it bugged?
Hey, Mr. Top Left. Life has been stressful lately. Thank you for always putting your name in the hat, because you inspire me to do the same. Much love. XQCL. I'd got to say 15
The poll
months
didn't
pretty
show.
cool. Keep on
What a
keeping
goob.
on XQCL.
It bugged.
Hi guys, I use an Android because I'm so techie and love building
Use
my
a
own
Macs and
PCs
Windows.
following
That's
stocks
cute.
nobody
Me
follows.
too,
Because it
Eddie.
bugged.
You green
Or use
button
a
cuck
use a
LML.
iOS and Windows. Yep. I got you, fam.
This guy says that Apple users are getting scammed, yet donators get scammed on his stream every day.
Facts.
Guys. If Apple is so good, how come you guys use their phone but not their wonderful Mac and OS?
iMessages Pog.
Because it's shit. More locked down than your mom's fucking pussy behind a fucking chastity belt, my brother.
Imagine using
This Mac users still loaded
chucking
yet.
down the energy dust SSG out here. You home
Can't play
shout out
Apex,
for
none of them
man
want to.
lad.
When it gets anti-cheat support, maybe. Apple child labor, valid and based.
I'm just kidding, Mac users.
I'm not. As one of y'all bitches, y'all suck. Eat ass. Get good.
Also, Richard guy, you wanted the gun, you want the Colt or
Run
the
Linux.
M9? Because I have an M9.
I'll go with the Colt.
Whichever one you feel like parting with, I don't have a preference.
Okay, M9 then. It's
Definitely go with the fucking Colt.
Today we're investigating a custom controller scam from the seller by the name Foxpad Customs, run by...
This sounds like our type of tent, doesn't it? Custom controller scams. Dodgy bullshit. People in the fucking weeds doing weird shit.
by
Being
Noelle
wacky.
Lamb, or better known by her screen name, Little T Fox, who has customers who have not yet received their orders anywhere from 1 to 4 years after the date of purchase.
Based.
The total estimated
Fraud.
cost of both merchandise from
Let's
just the
go.
receipts I could find is easily over $5,580.16. Quick maths. I first learned about this from my tip line and the thread posted by Keith, who ordered a rug 3 years ago and never received it, even though it was still shown as in stock 7 months later. And if you look at the website now, it seems like the rugs have been pulled. Yet somehow, Noelle has still been allowed to
Foreshadowing.
set up booths at major Smash tournaments and conventions like Supernova this year, where despite the mounting back orders, she can further solicit even more business and sales. How is this possible? I have a running theory, and Noelle has also responded via email, but we'll get to that later. Firstly, a quick word from today's sponsor, Factor. If you're tired of meal prep and cleanup getting between you, a good meal, and your favorite YouTube slop, then oh boy, do I have the solution for you.
Those all feel clipped off of very old ass commercials. Fucking W.
Factor is a delivery service that provides chef-prepared, ready-to-eat meals in just
Dub.
2 minutes. You can set how many meals you want a week, choose your dietary preferences if you want to meet some goals or you're a picky eater. No joke.
Bro, why don't you just like have flax incorporated with your usual shit? Like have some kelp. Have some flax and or chia seeds. Have them separate and just incorporate it throughout the goddamn day. What? Bro, it's part of a fucking healthy fucking eating as a human being. Consume your fucking, talk to your doctor, consume your fucking shit. Get your little fucking omegas up your butthole. What? Why is there a group that exclusively eats flax? What?
John, for the 5th time, they only sell chicken nuggets on the kids menu.
And with over 35 options and 60 add-ons to spice things up, like breakfast, snacks, and drinks.
Dude, my grandmother
you can have your
used the
cake
kids
and eat it
menu
too. In 2 minutes, that is.
into her 80s.
Because Factor brings
We
the
think it's her
convenience of
80s. No
fast
one knows
food
how
with
old
the
she
indulgence
actually
of
is,
restaurant
or
quality
was.
at a cheaper price than ordering delivery yourself. But
Like,
get this, because I love
she
you
was
guys
born at a
so
time when
much,
you didn't
I'm
get a
gonna
birth
sweeten the deal.
certificate?
No. I insist.
And
I insist.
people
If
were
you use
chased
my
down
link, you get 50%
under threat
off
of,
your
like,
first
lynching.
Factor
I don't know
box
what the
and
fuck you want from me.
20% off the next 4 boxes. Guys,
She was a
please.
working person during that
I do.
last one. Like,
I'm
she
a
went
giver.
and went to
Click the
fucking
link in the
work after
description or
school.
scan the QR code on screen with your phone and say goodbye to meal prep. And
I don't
hello to
understand the
John,
world, brother.
because He's
It's
still
weird.
hung up about the Nuggets thing, and I think I made him really upset.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, John. Thanks to Factor for sponsoring this video. Now, back to serious business.
I like Nuggies.
Who is the elusive controller
Yes.
saleswoman Noelle Lamb? Noelle has been an influential contributor
Do we
to
care?
the custom controller space in the Smash community for a
Who the
very
fuck
long time.
uses
I
custom
believe her shop
controllers?
officially launched in 2018, and since then, her designs have been used as trophies at tournaments by top players like Leffen, Tweak, and Akat. That's right, I mentioned Leffen again, I'm putting him in the tags. And you can even find traces of her work in collaboration with other controller modders and people creating their own custom builds. Obviously, she
Who does
must have been
this?
fulfilling some orders to gain this kind of reputation. The main issue isn't that she's running some kind of multi-layered scheme to defraud customers without selling like any controllers, and it's all just a massive fraudulent storefront. No, it's much simpler than that. After investigating and talking to several disgruntled clients, it can
All right, let me guess. She takes on more orders than she can fill, and she has to keep on doing the fucking present stuff in front of more and more people, or else she can't keep the doors open because it's just one of those situations. Guessing. Let's fucking see.
be described as a level of negligence so severe that it could potentially cost her over $500,000 in FTC violations alone. For those of you that don't know, FTC stands for the Federal Trade Commission. It's a federal agency that protects consumers from unfair or deceptive business practices. This is hopefully not too complicated, but I'm going to explain the rule for online shipping because I need you to understand just how easy it is to go from a legitimate business to a possible federal investigation for fraud. Simply put, there's a standard rule that mail, internet, and telephone merchandise orders must follow. You may have heard of the 30-day rule or seen it used as a default guarantee in promotional material. That's because if you don't have a reasonable shipment date in place already, you automatically default to having to ship within 30 days. If you exceed that time frame, or let's say for example you exceed your promised window of 2 months for shipping without any delay notice or consent from the customer, you must promptly cancel the order and provide a full refund. That is, unless you provide a first delay option of 30 days or less past the original shipment date, reasonably notify the customer of their ability to cancel at any time for a refund, and that their silence will be taken as consent. However, if it's for some reason longer than 30 days, they do not provide consent or cancel, you must promptly distribute a refund.
According to the FTC, sellers are required to ship your order within the time they say it will ship. If no timeline is given, the package must be delivered within 30 days. Now, if it's delayed, the seller must let you know. Also give you the option to cancel for a full refund.
Now that we hopefully understand the basics of how consumer protection laws work around shipping, let me show you just how fucked up this business is. The major issues seem to have started after the pandemic, which I can empathize with, but as you'll see very shortly, that's just one of many excuses that exist all the way into post-pandemic 2024. In 2020, a post titled "Warning Buyer Beware for Fraud Ripoff by Noelle Lamb" was posted to Reddit. In this thread created by the user Andrew Nathan, they provide their USPS tracking number after alerting the reader of an extensive delay and unfruitful communications through Noelle's support email. It took them over 6 months before deciding to charge back their credit card and report her to the Better Business Bureau, which is a private, non-profit organization that catalogs scams and fishy businesses while verifying trustworthy ones, so people can have more confidence in their investments. By using our trusty friend the Wayback Machine and her own post 6 months prior to the order, we can see that the shipment guarantee is more than likely 1 to 3 weeks, with a possible delay of an additional 1 to 3 weeks from increased demand coinciding with the release of the new game, Smash Ultimate. If you say that you will likely ship within 1 to 3 weeks, it's expected for you to ship in 1 to 3 weeks, because it's assumed any reasonable consumer will infer that that's when their item will be shipped. If you don't provide a definitive delay notice after the 3rd week, as we just learned, you have to cancel and give a refund. Now, I'm uncertain whether this possible 1 to 3 week delay counts as an initial delay notice or just a general increased window of the original time, but with how long these orders take, it really doesn't matter either way. By looking at the tracking number, we can see that she created a label for the order, but never dropped it off for delivery. If he placed an order like he said in June, but the shipping label wasn't created until 3 months later, and the maximum wait time promised is only 6 weeks, you can start to see the problem here.
Hi guys, so for today, this is just for anyone who's waiting for a controller order, who's been asking me where their order is or what's going on. Today I'm working on more orders. Yeah, I'll be sending out today with an update on your order status, so hang tight. You should know by now how rare and difficult finding GameCube controllers actually is. I source them all myself. I get most of them from a connection I have in Japan, and it takes time to find good ones, and then it takes time to have them shipped from Japan, and then it takes time for me to actually make them. They are all made to order. I put blood, sweat, and tears into them. I know it's waiting so long to get your order. It really does, and I completely understand, and I apologize for that. But I love the quality of my work, and I know you will too when you get them, so I'm so excited to start shipping more orders. So yeah, that's today's plan. It's going to be heavily working on controllers.
And things would only continue to get worse going into 2020. The global lockdowns for COVID started March of 2020, and this affected a lot of businesses. I know that personally because I used to work at a warehouse fulfilling orders, and I was laid off as a result. I get it, okay? Because of a state of emergency, Noelle states that she was unable to receive a large shipment of GameCube controllers from Japan, which added a 3 to 4 month delay, and severe respiratory issues added another month. This would all go on top of the average 3-month wait time for orders. Even though before the pandemic, the shipment representation was 1 to 3 weeks for the same controllers, but that's beside the point. If you do the math, that's 8 months maximum wait time. Even with this new estimation, which is still the projected time for current orders to this day on her website that hasn't been updated since July 3rd, 2022, she mentions that she's had some people waiting for around 12 months. That is certainly optimistic. The longest wait time for an order that I've found currently, as of calculating this on September 6th, is 4 years, 1 month, and 24 days, which was supposed to be for their birthday, by the way. A little late to the party, unfortunately. Even if we take into account all the other excuses, like how she's the only one on the production line, handling customer complaints, supply shortages, and the risks associated with paint fumes and workload, how could it possibly take over 4 years to fulfill an order that previously took anywhere from 1 week to 8 months? The most obvious answer is incompetence. The more complicated answer is an egregious level of entitlement and lack of work ethic as a consequence of her advanced payment structure and taking on way more orders than she could reasonably manage, resulting in the deprioritization of older orders as a way to sustain her income. Even if you're lucky enough to be waiting 4 years,
in quotes, why it's taking so long, which I read as, why is it taking so fucking long? It's not what the person types, though.
For your order, you'd be happy to find that you're also not entitled to a refund. My refund policy can be reviewed at the bottom of the checkout page. Due to the nature of our made-to-order items, I cannot accept refunds or returns. However, every instance is circumstantial, so please don't hesitate to contact me anyway. I will do what I can to help. Otherwise, refunds may only be given within 24 hours after ordering. Being depressed and going on a soul-searching journey is one thing, but when you owe over $5 grand in undelivered merchandise, that's when we start to have a problem. Don't get me wrong, it's great that you responded to me over a week later, even though I know one of your close friends texted you on September 1st in the afternoon, so I'm certain you knew about it by at least September 2nd. I only point that out specifically because you mentioned that my email CCing you as a reminder was received on a Friday, and because of personal issues, you had to take the weekend off, even after seeing my email stating I could only provide a week at the latest for comment. But what's even more interesting is I sent that reminder email on September 4th, which was Wednesday, not Friday, and it was 3 days after you got a text. I have no idea how you got my email 2 days later, but this interaction contains all of the classic hallmarks from her emails to customers right before they received another 1 to 2 year delay. I thought it was a little funny that even her responses are delayed, but regardless, I'm happy that you decided to eventually fill me in on the current state of your back orders. But I shouldn't have to get involved to see some progress. I'm not even a paying customer. There are right now customers that have messaged you asking to cancel their orders or for updates that don't yet have the information on their merchandise that I do. Emails like this one from June of 2023, where they're asking you to
base chargeback person is going to get their PayPal taken down. God damn it, bro.
Cancel their order after 2 years of waiting, and over a year later, they still haven't received a refund. What's crazy is that's not even the only example of this happening. This is, by every possible interpretation of the word, a scam. You sold a product, did not provide the product, and then kept the money. What else would you call that?
My pooping habits. I put food in myself. I drank water. And my poop still came out as constipation. I'd call that my pooping habits, actually. Fair person. My poop habits.
Am I also supposed to...
By the way, I have, like, the most egregious constipation right now. It's so constipated. It's basically a red-blooded American.
to believe that your customer support is so dysfunctional that you missed every one of these emails or messages asking for a refund? I really want to trust that you're at least going to finally ship these remaining orders in a timely fashion. But every other update you've given, like on September 30th, 2023, you said the same thing about how most of your rush order list would be done by October that year. Yet you still have unfinished shipments almost exactly a year later. This screenshot you showed me also doesn't even have everything that's missing, like the GameCube logo rug for Keith, and these aren't fully assembled anyways, so that's just more delays waiting to happen. As I was getting ready to sit down and record this video today, I received confirmation from another customer via email that you were ready to ship their order in the next few days as of October 7th, 2023.
Question mark?
And guess who still doesn't have their order? You can't just tell people you're going to ship something and then not ship it. That's fraud. This is a fraudulent business practice, and you've done it multiple times.
No, I live in the US of A, and I am allowed to exercise my right to be a dickhead and say fucked up shit some goddamn motherfucking times. So I can fucking lie. There just might be repercussions if money's involved. Or additionally, there might just be repercussions because it's not really a very kind, helpful, or useful thing to do. Not very based. But yeah, you can be a lying shithead though. Like, I fantasize about it sometimes. And how easy it would be to just like wake up and be like, fuck yourself. When people are like, why'd you say that, bro? I'll be like, 'cause reasons and it mattered and I was in the right. Just think about how much more easy that would be. That would be like that would be peak low effort winning. Winning so hard that every gym bro will just be like, bro, how do you get those fucking W's and PBs? And I'd be like, I don't know, man, back to back to back to back to back. That's how I do. How do you do?
Times.
I know it's waiting so long to get your order. It really does.
Because you have
I
all
guess
of them.
my real question is, if this is
When
your
have you
job,
waited? No, when have you fucking waited this long for your fucking order? This is a 5-month-old video. When the fuck has this person waited for 4 fucking years for a goddamn order? I imagine if their fucking plane tickets to Nippon got hung up by 5 fucking years, they'd probably be like, oh, I can't go to Japan now. Oh, it sucks. Oh, fuck me. You know? I don't know, man. I get the feeling that you don't know what this is like. Because other businesses their customers have protections from this. Unless you've gone through this, you need to notify the authorities. Like, clearly.
Then when are you going to start taking your job seriously?
When you
Obviously,
poop on me?
Foxpat Customs started off as a legitimate business, but as the years passed and the delays
Implying my job
worsened,
is being a
customer
toilet.
support grew more tiresome and volatile, prompting Noelle to close down all her replies. But she would still need to sell new merchandise in order to continue paying for rent, groceries, supplies, etc. I get it. That's understandable. And I could totally sympathize with your situation if you weren't at the same time spending other people's money on vacations and frivolous shit.
Hi, I'm gonna show you around the.
Yet when luxury purchases get it, like when that person was caught stealing from the store, and they started off with like food, and how it's like, it's food for my kid. But they were bullshitting, because they were doing it to maintain their lifestyle of uploading on TikTok and the content they used to upload. And they were deadass just getting fucking frivolous ass luxury goods. And my only thought was, well, if you're stealing food, I don't give a shit. But then the fucking frame switched on the video, and it was them just like actually not taking a goddamn food item and just fucking worthless ass Christmas shit. I have not celebrated a holiday since I was 10 years old because I understand how fucking goddamn much those cost. You're in South Korea showing off an apartment. And it's called a Korea vlog and Travel Korea.
The apartment I stayed at while I was in Seoul. I was there for about a month and my best friend was with me for about 2 weeks. The view was definitely my favorite part of this apartment.
Okay.
When I go back to Korea really soon, I would love to stay here again. We did find this apartment on Airbnb to Korea really soon.
People will still keep buying from her, and she's made controllers when you haven't gotten mine from 2019. Little T-Fox and you can travel to Korea. Wild. Posted December 15th, 2023.
I would love to stay here again. We
only seen 1,000 some odd times. Which at least is getting more like view and engagement than the video that this person saved of them at the time of recording. Which is at least 3 months because it's posted on 1/10 and the viewing is on 4/9 of 2023. So at least the complaint got more impressions than the bragging. That was rough.
did find this apartment on Airbnb. I am going back to Seoul really soon. I'd love to stay here again, but I don't think I'm going to be able to because it's kind of expensive for one person.
I can only imagine how furious a paying customer must be to watch you take a month-long trip to Korea with your friend and post a girl boss montage when you still haven't shipped their order from 3 years ago. If you're having supply chain issues and are attempting...
Yeah, if you're going to pull fraud, maybe just like buckle down, like pay your bills, and defraud for like not frivolous shit, and just keep your head above water, and people won't, like, legitimately, all of us mad bitches who can foot it will just help your customers out while you go crash out live on fucking television, bro. Don't do what Johnny Somali did.
To cut down excessive wait times due to the pandemic, do you really need to be going to Disney World?
Also, speaking of the pandemic,
was flying to Singapore.
Why are you around a lot of people?
For the BTS member Suga's concert 2 months after you already saw him in New Jersey, where the tickets were $305, a necessary business expense?
Probably not. But now you're incorporating their personal expenses with their shit, and I see since they're a one-person shop and I also just did this, that's very fucking easy. But like, should we be conflating their personal experience, their personal expenses with business expenses and malmanagement till we know that it's actually like structured in such a way that supports this? You'd think so. But what if we're just dickheads? What if we don't know that the accounting for business comes from a separate one than this? Do we even know if they or a family member purchased their tickets? Like, there's so many questions I have, and I just want to fucking pop off on the person that didn't send some wild-ass, weird-ass controller to some person 5 years late for their birthday.
I'd venture to get
actually purchased a custom controller, which I've never considered as an expense before. I mean, if you're gonna get caught doing crime, please don't do it over frivolous and non-essential and or even luxury bullshit. Please. Please, please, please. Please. Actually, please, though. But for real, please?
Yes, no. Now that doesn't mean you can't enjoy yourself once in a while as an entrepreneur, but there's a time and a place. And that time certainly isn't when your business is imploding from your prolonged negligence.
Those are really cool frames. I like those frames. 10 out of 10.
But technicals, these are made-to-order items. They're supposed to be treated like pre-orders. Haven't you ever ordered a custom item from Etsy? You Plus, she already said to expect delay.
But couldn't they be working instead of on vacation for a month in an apartment they likely can't set up shop in because it would probably break their lease? Do they even have a reliable way to make this shit? Like, is the continuance of such, like, violating leases? I can't imagine it's easy to work with acrylics a lot of places. Especially as we get pushed more and more towards inner city bullshit. I just can't imagine that, like, acrylic pouring, for instance, or working with, like, plastics would be the most, like, even injection moldy. You need a lot of space to air that shit out. And then it's not, like, a good sustainable way to burn our planet. and displace, like, literally the displacement of atmospheric gases, though. That's what I'm lazily calling burning it. Because you're displacing atmospheric gases. Like my ass when I fart. But less than Charles Darwin when people defaced his fucking grave. Who's gone through vitrification, is now likely a solid object again, and if left interred, is displacing less atmospheric gas than any of us while we breathe. Even if we don't drive, like my bitch ass who can't drive. Just my farts, my breathing, my yammering. The amount of petrol it takes to take care of my unable to drive ass. People gotta get here then out. They gotta get here then go home. That's more petrol. What do you fucking want?
There's nothing wrong here.
You yell from the rooftops in defense of this struggling artist? Well, genius, this section's for you. Noelle's shipment guarantees are 5 to 8 months for made-to-order controllers that are no longer listed on the website. Now, let's ignore the fact that she's violated this contract multiple times with wait times far exceeding 8 months while issuing empty promises of fulfillment and inaccurate delay notices through her rush order updates. Out the window. Problem.
I'm trying to imagine how to, like, as an ADHDer, how would I deal with such a thing? When my executive function can evaporate? Like, I'm just trying to put myself in these shoes for, like, a second. Right? Because, like, okay, so you send out the first notice. You type this fucking, like, you know, appropriate sounding document saying, here's how I'll pay you. Let me cash you out for your shit. Give me your money, I'll give you shit. And that's like a lot of executive function points, and then you want to take a nap. So then you now have to keep track of how long and when they come back. Or else you break the law. Okay, cool. We're simplifying the break the law part in quotes. Thank you. So you like you get on your hands and knees and you raw dog earth, and you somehow get these people to write you back before it goes to poo-poo land. All right, cool. So now you've got a system where you've got to have your executive function points in order to check your goddamn email and talk to these motherfuckers and make a canned-ass email to spam all these bitches when they ask you where your shit is to give you more, in quotes, reasonable fucking time. All right, cool. So now what about the ones that didn't message you? Okay, fuck that thought. That's too much. Hold on. So now, X amount of months later, they're going to write your ass back, and your bitch ass has to reply to these motherfuckers and say some bullshit that keeps them, like, on the up and up, with you in the up and up from the FTC's view of you, let's say. We're being very oversimplifying, unification and unified. Fuck off. Anywho's. So you write this bullshit, and that's a lot of fucking executive function points. By the end of this, I would want to fucking take a vacation too. I've never had a vacation in my entire time in the workforce. I've never gotten to go anywhere for some reason. So, like, hearing someone skip a nation on a vacation, not because they have to help someone or do for their community is weird. To me, personally. That's okay. Who the fuck gives a shit about my bitch ass? Okay, but now, you've now lied to 2 volleys of people. And now you have to stay on the shit about how to reply to these motherfuckers yet a goddamn again when they creep up in your fucking inbox and they're like, it's been 2 years and I don't have my products that I would get in 1 to 3 weeks. It's not even my birthday. Also, I need to update my address. Okay, so now how do you store whose order is what and what address it goes to? Because that sounds tedious too now. That's like its whole new level of fucking bullshit now. You gotta fucking manage that shit. So there are address changes. And you're already keeping up with these motherfuckers to tell them whatever the fuck they need to hear to say out of your goddamn ass the whole motherfucking time. Or else they'll bitch to the fucking Better Business Bureau and they'll shove 10 fucking fingers up your fucking tight patootie and say, whew, I don't like how this feels. Bad review. And so now you're like really fucking spent. You're fucking winded. FTC is about to have a fucking thumb up there. Better Business Bureau has all fucking 4 fingers and about to shove a fucking thumb in there too, but it might be the FTC's fucking thumb. Who the fuck knows? And you have motherfuckers in your goddamn inbox every 5, let's call it 5 to 8 months. Not with regularity, not together. It's not like they could start a class action email chain and just shut the fuck up between instances. Now it's you go to check your email for your shipping on the thing that you bought that is a luxury good and frivolous. And you now have to see 10 more of these goddamn motherfuckers talking to you about some inane fucking bullshit in your goddamn inbox because they won't shut the fuck up because they paid you their fucking little bitty life savings 5 fucking years ago, but now they can manage to keep a job down, and they also were just doing this to hold you to your shit because they think it's inappropriate that you don't get to fucking follow the rules that they have to follow. And so now you're checking your email every 5 fucking goddamn motherfucking shit-cocking months to see some motherfuckers who won't shut the fuck up and keep talking to you about bullshit while you're trying to fucking take your fucking vacation life that you may never get again because Streamer just talked about how they haven't had one since they joined the fucking workforce. And now you're like, well, I gotta get this shit. It's going out of fucking fashion. I gotta go on vacation, bitch. I can't be like Streamer. They cry about this shit. They mauled even. It's fucking gross. Maybe I could give Streamer some plane tickets to Korea with me and they wouldn't bitch so much. And now you're doing all this fucking fraud with some parasocial shit up in your head and you're just chilling, you're trying your fucking hardest, but life's a fucking bitch now. And the outcomes are egregious. What? Bro. And so after keeping up with all these motherfuckers and all their shit-cocking goddamn broke my promise bullshit, you now have to fucking manage with waking up every day, dealing with the fucking litany of emails that come from these growing number of shitcocks that won't shut the fuck up in your goddamn email in fucking box about shit that you promised them and said you do, but they won't shut up about it, so it's fucking tedious now. And if they just shut the fuck up and went the fuck away, you could do it, but they won't shut the fuck up and go the fuck away. They're talking to you every goddamn day. I can't imagine being at that point. I would fucking hate life. I would cry. Y'all would never hear from me. I would be so overwhelmed. Unafraid to severe dip in my mental health in a bad way and hasn't been easy. I'm getting back to keeping a very busy, which has been a bit helpful. I know it's unrelated and unfair to you. I wish things weren't this way. I sincerely apologize for that, and I'm doing my best to manage and fix it. I didn't even read that. I was just putting my head in some shoes. Like, how would I, with my life experiences, deal with this? I think I just called imaginary people motherfucking shitcocking, which is a scathing thing from me. Y'all don't want to be called shitcockers. I don't know why. That is when I'm reaching for my big bitch insults. I'm gonna call someone a motherfucking shitcocker, and my mental image is you were just fucking. I'm not even. We're moving the fuck on.
Problem solved, right? Well, not exactly. Her shipment guarantees for ready-to-ship items is 1 week, and for skins and buttons, it's 1 to 2 weeks. That's because these are all items that she should already have in stock per her own advertising. No work necessary. So why, pray tell, is there a customer who hasn't received their 2 sets of buttons in over 14 months? It says it's on its way August 2nd, 2023, and it's been that way for over a year. Their tracking number says the same thing as the guy on Reddit in 2019. She just didn't drop off the package, but she made the label, so it's on the way. Another customer who ordered a ready-to-ship item, which was a Persona 5 Ryuji shell, has been waiting over 2 years.
But she did lock in on those pre-inflation, pre-defunding of postal services prices for shipping. Yo, let's go. Shipping, soon to be a commodity.
For an order that cost $216. In the time since this order, she's created brand new ready-to-ship designs and is currently selling them at conventions. I've even seen her fulfill one of these online orders within a month. But guess whose shipment is still on the way? Is this how you're managing to not get shut down on Shopify by just creating labels to put into the system, then never dropping off the merchandise to a courier so it remains in a perpetual state of on the way? There's a very good reason why merchants follow the rule as it's outlined by the Federal Trade Commission. If you just decide you're going to keep taking your customers on a wild goose chase for their merchandise or refunds, they could simply report you en masse to Shopify and Ko-fi, and since they or their payment processors are obviously going to be FTC compliant because it's a federal standard, the best case scenario is your shop just gets taken down and most of them charge back their orders. The worst case scenario is you get reported to the FTC and they decide to investigate you and sue you for up to $51,744 per violation. Of course, there's a statute of limitations of 3 years, so minus all of those orders, you'd be looking at a humble potential lawsuit of $724,416. And that's just from the violations that I could find. However, I highly doubt that's going to be the case because I'm certain the federal government has much bigger fish to fry and nobody wants to waste their time in small claims court. Unless they're really, really pissed off. But it's still interesting to know the figures we're dealing with and how the law functions regardless. Personally, I don't want to see you get hit with over...
There's too many open-ended shits. I don't think we know how shit functions yet. I think that's an oversimplification.
$500,000 in lawsuits. Obviously, you're just in way over your own head, and there's no way you could reasonably pay that off in your lifetime. It'd be great for everyone if you just gave them what they paid for or a refund. Because if you have time and money to attend conventions, make new designs, and go on vacation, then it shouldn't be unreasonable to expect you to finish however many back orders you already have. Your health, supply chain issues, the weather, or personal problems do not give you the right to other people's money by creating infinite shipment delays and ignoring refund requests. Some of these people purchase these as gifts for loved ones, for their birthday, or because they genuinely wanted to support you and your work. Every single unfulfilled order damages their trust in you, the community that still promotes you, and probably leaves them feeling like shit because they weren't worth your time and are out anywhere from $30 to $300 that they could have used on something else. This is not a Chase Bank money glitch. You owe over $5,000 in merchandise. You're scamming people, and you need to stop. I have no idea why last month she was still allowed to run a booth at the biggest Smash event in the world. It took me a week to find all this, because it's been public knowledge for quite some time, and there are dozens of customers expressing their concerns on social media, on Reddit, the custom controller modder Discord, and even in replies to her Instagram posts and tweets, there are multiple people calling her a scammer for not fulfilling orders or having absolutely insane wait times. I shouldn't even have to make this video. Orders or
facts.
Having absolutely...
Oh, why she's still allowed in the community? Oh, fucking fuck if anyone knows. Cassie, why is your shit pink?
Insane wait times. I shouldn't even have to make this video. But if the Smash community wants to get served by a part-time bartender, be my guest. Also, it's still unban hacks. I didn't forget, but it seems like all of his good friends in the Melee community certainly did.
I hit him up 2 days ago because I was feeling the same way. He said that he tried to commit suicide and that it was really fucking bad. And I tried to talk to him more and he has not responded. I'm scared. I'm actually scared.
Seriously, thank you to everyone who reached out, and I will continue to monitor this situation as it unfolds, so hopefully everyone involved can be rightfully compensated. I've also been notified that there might be an update on the Mike Z legal situation, so maybe I'll cover that next. I'm not sure what the next topic will be, but if you have any stories like this today we're like to see covered in the future, don't forget to subscribe and hit up my tip line, because even if I don't respond, I do go through it every day and read everything. And another thank you to my lovely patrons and all the wonderful people who make this series of content possible in the first place. Love you guys, including my homies in Latin America. Bring it in there. Bring it in. Come on. I'm not taking this one back. No. Go ahead. There you go. You know, I was just joshing with you guys. Pulling your
10 out of 10 content.
And as always, until next
what's
time.
Up, duder? Hey, chat bitches. There you go. Okay, that's a later tint.
I always thought Billy Mitchell was the king of frivolous lawsuits, but he can't even hold a candle to Russia. You remember a few months ago?
Wasn't this in the watch later? Oh, it is in the watch later.
We were talking about how Russia is
Fuck
suing
it.
Google for over $2.5 decillion,
this happens.
which is an unfathomable amount of money.
They can
if
pay
you
out
added
one
up
day.
every single breath, every single human being.
What if big lawsuits are like investment opportunities? And if you get a ruling on a like plural decillion dollars, what if you can just Google garnish his wages? Like for a long time. Just like get a little Google check out of it. Just be like, my court said you owe me this much. So just like, you keep tally, I'll keep tally, and how about every month just like $50 so I could like pay the phone bill. Bro, Google, just pay my phone bill, dude. You make enough money. Come on.
Has ever taken since Adam and Eve, it wouldn't even come close to 2.5 decillion, let alone 2.5 decillion doubloons being a reasonable amount of money to ask for. It doesn't exist. It can't exist. I just learned about another lawsuit coming from Russia where a Russian League of Legends streamer.
Also, so far, I can only one cycle Mog. Lord Moog, Lord of Mogging, with a faith build, just hard faith. Well, hard faith in Arcane, just spamming Dragon's Maw. I've learned that through parry and or the fists, which I might just put parry on the fists, because I use the... But I also like quick step fists right now. I'm kind of fucking with both. I've never really been like a parry claws like kind of person. And I think the parry claws might be the way to go right now. And then just like Royal Knight's Resolve on a dagger to the chest.
Has successfully sued Twitch
anyways
for over $200 million, so a little less than what Google's on the hook for, all because he received a ban on the platform and was able to make a case in Russian court that is trying to enforce a $200 million fine on Twitch for the injustice this League of Legends streamer faced, even though in his entire time on Twitch he himself only made $2,000. So the math checks out, actually.
That person has made more than me. That is based. I'm proud of them. Good job.
You know, that seems about par for the course. It is so interesting. To help put this number in perspective, just how preposterous it is, there is an estimated 200 sextillion stars in the known universe. So this League of Legends streamer is looking to receive more money than there are stars in the known universe. Good luck. I mean, maybe he'll get some fairy godparents and be able to poof that money into existence, because that's the only way that shit's gonna happen. I was gonna try and find a...
Or large-scale financial and judicial reform. Like, there's other reasons. There's a way that this might be like oil barons making big claims on prospective locations where there might be oil in the future. Like... I feel like big-ass lawsuits and water speculation are both just speculation on who you think might hold the purse strings or the ability to govern those who hold purse strings. I feel like it's just like speculative investing. And that's what the whole like fucking speculative investor, day trader goobers do. Hi, day traders, how are you? Day trader goobers do anyway, so... Hope y'all are well. Love you much. Just keep breathing. Anywho's. So, yeah, I don't fucking know, brother. It feels like a way to just, like, with very little investment from the people who've initiated these claims, like, attempt to secure generational wealth type shit.
A clever way of tying $200 million into a subtle, cheeky shout-out, but I couldn't, so I'm going to do it abruptly. Go to usecheeky.com and use code LUCKY for our St. Patrick's Day sale where you can get 10% off all of our soap. It's the best soap in the universe.
Use your mother.
In fact, if you use Cheeky, over 200 million beings across the universe will say that you look and smell great. You look real clean.
I already get that.
So use cheeky.com and the code is LUCKY for the 10% off. Now to sum up the lore here, he was a League of Legends streamer named Licrit, and he was suspended in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine, and the US imposed sanctions, and he was banned as a result. His father is also a Russian oligarch who apparently has some pretty close ties to Putin. After being banished to the Shadow Realm and not receiving payments from Twitch as a result of the sanctions, he took it to a Russian court in June and October of 2022, which Twitch called a violation of its terms of service. The first lawsuit was dismissed without prejudice, but the second one, well, the Russian law decided that that's got some meat on its bones. That one's got some real oomph to it, some pep in its step, and said that it violated his rights by...
Is this dismissed by prejudice given U.S. court or given Russian court, though? Like, I kind of want to know this.
By suspending and demonetizing his accounts. So, the Russian court demanded that Twitch restore the account or pay a compounding penalty for non-compliance, basically the naughty boy penalty, where if you don't play ball and bend the knee to the most outrageous of demands, it's going to get worse.
And where?
Twitch, since they haven't reinstated the account, is racking up a fine of 100,000 rubles each day the account is not reinstated, and doubling each week without limit, per Twitch's lawsuit, which has reached astronomical levels. That's the exact same John Madden playbook textbook maneuver we saw Russia use against Google. The compounding penalty of 1,000 rubles every day and doubling each week. That's how you've reached these 2.5 decillion and now $200 million fines.
Wow.
More money than exists on the planet, no doubt. And this is their go-to, it seems, in Russian courts if they're going to penalize a...
Yeah, but let's say there's like large-scale financial or legislative reform, or judicial reform rather, and that we see like that get brought up more. Sir, you have found a hot potato.
The company, it looks like they go for this compounding penalty anime finishing move. This is their Kamehameha. It seems like this is pretty common, and I'm only just now learning about how frequent it is. I kind of want to take a plunge into some other notable court cases in Russia just to see if they do this for everything. Like a baker sold you stale bread, you took him to court, and now he owes you 1,000 rubles every day that you've had to have that stale bread in your intestinal tract, and it doubles each week without limit. Like, I just wonder how often that's used. You know what I mean? Because now we've seen 2 instances of it, and it's just comical. I'm sure Twitch is going to fork over $200 million any day now. I can already just see the League of Legends streamer doing this with his hands like... We won, we did it, so any day now that...
But they should be forking it over to, like, hiring a fucking well-endowed through hiring large amounts of low-level entry, rather. Not low-level, just entry, instead of only executives for trust and safety. I think that Twitch should use that money for trust and safety. And they should just be like, it's a social good, eat dick about it. We ruled it on the court of our dick. They need no longer just executive trust and safety. You need better auditing mechanisms, and those come through individuals who will raise their gripes. And also a volume of people that is surmountable enough to meet the large task of processing as many fucking very terrifying reports as you would have to get managing a large social platform like Twitch. When you have to process government requests about people being inappropriate, it's very taxing. So...
that money's going to be hitting my piggy bank.
Oh, no, man.
Like, yeah, I'm sure Twitch is going to start feeling the pressure of this imaginary money demand very soon. Like, you might as well be suing Twitch for glorbluckles. Like, it's actual nonsense gibberish here, because these numbers are not reasonable at all. It's phony baloney. Like, you can't actually enforce them no matter what. But it's not stopping them from trying. And I really appreciate that chutzpah, because it is fucking amazing. A Twitch lawyer said, because this penalty doubles each week, it purportedly is now larger than all the money in the world, unjustified on any measure, wholly disproportionate to less than the $2,000 in revenue generated by the League of Legends streamer's account.
Stalker 2 is on sale by 15% and Palworld by 25%. Ghost of Tsushima by 33%. On Steam right now. I mentioned this because I'm waiting for Stalker 2 to go down. We're going down, down, down. To find my ire. Oh, I've never played Balatro, but I know people fucking love its fucking dick. It's 15% off right now. That's fucking wild. Bro, that's bananas. Can we just like... Does this work? This should work. Oh, I just found the most lovely thing on the internet. That I'm a fucking goober bitch. Anywho's, I was looking at like discounts and such, because we do that. That's my content, bitch. Let's look at discounts together. Detailed view? Ooh, 90% off the Elder Scrolls Online. 19 down to $1. Yo, it's finally time. That's my kind of deal. Holy shit. Like, dude, just a little bit ago, there was like a massive sale on all the Bandai Namco shit. And that's when I bought Code Vein, which I've still barely touched. Ooh, Anno's one of my favorite. It's down from 59 to 5. What's its this is worth looking at the trends of. If this is like, oh, that's so fucking amazing. I love playing Anno. I used to love the fucking tits out of Anno. I've been playing this game since I was but a wee thing. Undertale's on sale. From $9 down to 99 cents. From $9.99 down to $0.99. Good enough. Doom is on sale, but honestly, that's like one of the few titles that I was really glad was on Nintendo Switch. At all, period, ever. Ooh, Spiritfarer. 90% off, down from $29.99 to $2.99. Yo, okay, that's actually really fucking dope. Is a license about to expire? Speaking of, there is like another place I sometimes check, right? Is this the right one? Yeah. I also check this, games at risk for removal. I'll make sure I just paste this in chat. I know I'm distracted. Eat my fucking chokish. Eat my iron Tarkus, you fucking goober. Anywho's. I love the reviews by these goobers.
Meet Dave, and
the free Godzilla content pack DLC removed from Steam. Oh, okay. Talos Principle. Why is this at risk of removal?
Children.
Y'all know about this?
Artificial intelligence has been testing Crow Team's The Talos Principle, searching for errors, loopholes, flaws. Now it's time to add the human element.
It looks like a hard ass, but it's really not.
Will you love us for having created you? The world you build be like...
Wow, no gameplay.
Or so different that today we cannot even imagine it.
Step into the light, child.
It's no gameplay trailer time. Let's
Is there
go. I
anything
hate
that we
these.
associate more closely with intelligence than curiosity? Our mythologies are full of riddles and mysteries and divine
Objectifying Kuning,
knowledge.
because it's weird and they do that. But that is like
My child,
thing sometimes.
you may go freely to all
Quite
the
often.
worlds of my garden. But if the tower tempts you, be wise. Do not let yourself be misled by doubt. For it shall bring death and the end of your generations. So be it. Let your will be done.
There's like no gameplay in these trailers, bro. That is bananas. I remember back in my day When people didn't, oh my gosh, back in my day, they actually didn't put gameplay in trailers. What shitheads? What fucking bastards? What egregious motherfucker? How the fuck dare they? Those bitch-ass motherfuckers. That is the fucking depraved, bro. That is, like, depraved. Bro. Oh, that is actually all that's on sale. So, TSO, 90, 90, 90, 90. They're all 95, 90-ish. 95? What's 95? Ooh, Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 is 95% off. It's a fucking dollar, bro. Bro. Link in chat. If y'all are watching the VOD but you're not in chat, come fucking sit in the chat and I'll give you links to Steam sales. That's my fucking... No, for real, there were only, like, cinematic trailers in video games for so long. And everything thought it was a fucking iPod commercial. It was actually just an I think this is why I checked out of television. Yeah, this is probably why I checked out of television. It was like that for a minute with game trailers, and that's something that I actually care about. For fucking real, bro. Holy shit. Oh, this had gameplay trailers. This wasn't annoying. It was very sweet. Check this shit out. It had actually gameplay trailers. Actual gameplay trailers. Right? This is fucking bananas for that fucking day. Yup. 2016. All of us that were youth then are decrepit now, you know. Yee! Climate change has rotted our bones down to nothing but a frail paste of urethra water and fucking disdain. Gosh, towels there, sonny boy. Just urethra water and disdain. That's what anthropogenic climate change gets ya. Just made of urethra water. And disdain for yourself. Paste for your bones. I will not shut up. Okay, that was the one gameplay trailer of the whole 2010s. It just took till 2019 to get it. (2015, 2020, 2024). Oh, okay.
100 years ago,
by the way, it wasn't the first time they did a gameplay trailer.
Humanity set forth to populate the moon.
In the whole 2010s, you didn't have gameplay trailers. It was a drought. A gameplay trailer drought, my dude. Shit was bananas.
This was our first wave of lunar colonization. Greedily, we mined the moon. But our world government had to intervene, limiting lunar operations. The moon was abandoned. Left alone. The year is now 2205. Energy and resources have become scarce. We at the Global Union are granting your new corporation an incredible opportunity to take a second leap, to reach the stars.
It's such a win.
We see the promise in your knowledge and technologies. Extend your reach to new frontiers. Find new resources. Many obstacles may block your way. We believe you will prosper.
No, it's actually a gameplay trailer.
Let the next race to space begin.
That's bananas.
Shape the future.
Like, it's actually a gameplay trailer. Okay, it's a cinema.
Can lead the way.
Cinematic for us gameplay trailer. However, you actually saw gameplay instead of just seeing like camera angles go wompity wompity over never gameplay that tricks you and sets unrealistic expectations. This is the only series with legit gameplay trailers in the whole 2010s. Maybe I'm wrong, but eat my asshole, I'm probably right. I'm right, fuck you. I'm probably wrong, but I'm right, fuck you.
Hey Mike, what's your ETA? I'm heading back now. Over.
Oh wait, I think we just hit the drought. This is early 2010s. We can't forgive this. Anno, why'd you fuck up?
Got it.
Brother, you're fucking up. Where's my fucking... See, this is what you had. It's like, do you know what gameplay is yet? No, we're halfway through this shit. Where's gameplay? Holy fuck, where's the goddamn gameplay, bro? You're trying to sell the idea of gameplay. Can you just show me gameplay? Can you, like, I don't give a fuck what you envisioned right now if you can't produce it repetitiously. Called gameplay trailer, bitch. Get the fuck out. Brother, you're a fucking trash individual for this bullshit. Bro. Bro, fuck your idea of gameplay. What's actual gameplay? Dude, gameplay. What is gameplay like? Fuck, man. You have wasted fucking 75%. There's 45% here left. Bro, this has not been a lick of gameplay. What? Can you show me gameplay? What's gameplay? Does your game play? How's the game? What's the game look like? But what's the game look like? But what's the game look like, brother? Dude, no one gives a fuck about your fucking impression of what the game might feel like. What's the game look like, bro? What are you? What in the fucking reclusive shit-stained bullshit are you fucking doing where you don't go outside? What the fuck is the gameplay like, cousin? Is this the same one? This is number 2, Z's. This is obviously a number 2. That's number 1. How? A minute 40? 2 minutes and 8 seconds? What? But where's the gameplay?
100 years ago, the moon was
Bro,
abandoned.
there's like no gameplay. These are done by the community. You can eat an asshole. Where the fuck is the gameplay? This is sparse, but if you know how Anno runs, you just see, oh hey, I have different colored resources. Oh hey, it's green, it must be food. There's robots doing the food. Look at the graphics. Ooh. It's like there's something to go off of here. This is bullshit. Nothing could make it this pretty then. No. Don't even fucking lie to me. This game never looks like this unless you spend 7 days rendering it L. Look at the fucking crispiness. This is like super sized up so fucking much. Look at the crispiness of those fucking pole thingies in the back that are like little crane McDoohickers, but they seem to actually be doing boxes. And I think that is an unsafe amount of uppy for the boxes. Unless you, like, magnetize the fucking dirt beneath all those shits and have a fucking track to keep them in fucking line. What the fuck is this? Anywho's. They don't look as crispy. You don't have some shit going on top. Now, you do have shit going on top of it. But you weren't gonna see it. This is, like, way too crispy. This is closer in line to what you see. Just little, like, distinct shapes with understandable color. And if you were lucky, you zoomed in on them once. Yes. The water never looks like this unless you have $10 billion. The water looks like shit. This honestly doesn't need to run at a high FPS though. So I'm gonna be honest. I probably didn't have good settings either. It is pretty. But we didn't get gameplay in the goddamn trailer. It would never shine back at you. Is this a mod? What the fuck? There were a lot of little assets moving. But you wouldn't see those bastards unless you, like, cracked your shit in there. It's wild. Well, they were little itty bitty. And it's really reasonable in contrast to particle effects coming off of like modern FPS shits. Like, yeah. Totally. Anywho's, this is back in like the 2010s, when there were no gameplay trailers. That's wild. That's bananas. BANANANANAS. Bananas. Hi. Fight me. I honestly think Spiritfarer is like the best thing in the world on this. Like, it's $29 usually, but now it's $2. That is so bomb. What were we doing? Eat my ass.
While active. But in 2023, the League of Legends streamer filed a Turkish enforcement action to enforce the Russian ruling, serving the action on Amazon's Turkey office, which maintains that the agreements that he signed were with Twitch, not Amazon, making the actions invalid. Twitch and Amazon have been deprived of legal certainty provided by those agreements and subjected to Russian courts' application of Russian laws specifically designed to undermine U.S. sanction, Twitch lawyers wrote. Twitch is now looking to U.S. courts to kind of pump the brakes on this lunacy here. Like, it's a joke. Like, this is just a complete circus of a lawsuit. I don't think there's any reasonable person on the planet that would read this case and be like, nope, League of Legends streamers 100% in the right here. He's owed $200 million for the suspension. Now, from what I can see, he wasn't suspended due to, like, bad behavior. He didn't do anything naughty. Like, he didn't, bring his sack out on stream and get rambunctious.
Yeah, but you do want this shit you do want a judge to give a stance on this that is not favorable to you having to, like, you, the company, find a way to be garnished at some point. Because that would be the most, like, okay, since the oil speculation rings going around in early Florida planning in the States, that might be the most wild ass, hey, we're gonna hedge our bets doing speculative bullshit shit that I have ever seen in my fucking world. That is wild.
Unctuous or anything. It truly was the result of those sanctions that went into place that prevented them from being able to send out payments to Russian streamers. And I'm not normally one to defend Twitch, but what the fuck were they supposed to do there? Just ignore the sanctions and get themselves in the legal hot water for it? Just so they could pay this League of Legends streamer his $200 for the year? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know how they were supposed to, like, do that. And as far as the suspension goes, I don't think it was exclusive to just his account. From what I've read from the sanctions, they did that for a lot of...
I am so curious where that gets judge shots towards. Like, that will be so fucking wicked interesting. Oh. That is gonna be fucking bananas. Holy shit.
Of Russian streamers. So it doesn't look like they decided just to fuck this guy in the face for no reason. So, yeah, I just had to talk about that. These Russian lawsuits of compounding penalties are fucking incredible. They are so goofy. It's just not real. But it is kind of a fun thought experiment. Let's say Amazon as a whole, not just Twitch specifically, is on the hook here for the $200 million. This League of Legends streamer's got him in the palm of his hands. And he's forcing Amazon to run it down mid for him and actually give him this money eventually. Assuming Amazon makes $1 trillion a year, which they don't. From what I can see, they make about $580 billion a year. So, like, they're halfway there, but it's easier to use $1 trillion. If they make $1 trillion a year, it would take them an entire millennium, 1,000 years, of every dollar they make throughout that millennium going to this debt to even make it to a quadrillion dollars, which is not even a fraction of the total that they owe this League of Legends streamer. It would take them until the universe itself dies of a heat death to even come close to being able to make that amount of money to pay him back. It's just not possible. Unless you have a galaxy brain intellect like me. You see, if I was CEO of Twitch and I was tasked with getting us out of this pickle here, I know exactly the solution. I know exactly what I'd do. I'd say, look, we honor our debts. Friend, we got off onto the wrong foot and we want to make things all square here. And then I'd print a bill that says $200 million on it, and I'd hand him the $200 million bill and say, we're good. Because that's the only fucking way that this could possibly ever end with this demand. Unless, of course, it just gets thrown out, which it doesn't seem like Russia.
I mean, or you could photocopy, your butt, like, in pants, but, like, photocopy your butt, and then put it in a manila envelope, and you could hand it to them, and you could say, here is a token of Tinder, equivalent to $200 million at the time of deposit. You could hand them that. And if they say some unhinged shit, you can just, like, get rid of them from the building and just tell them to leave. But as long as they, like, look surprised, you can, like, be like, it's up my ass. Fuck you. And then run away laughing, just cackling, just being a goofy, giggly goober.
Russian courts are willing to do. So, you just make up a bill that's $200 million and say, Godspeed figuring out what to do with that, I suppose. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya.
Just a couple.
Just
a couple.
Right.
President Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act today. Now a federal judge
This is reading for later. No, don't just go saying things, news channel. I'll go read myself. Yes.
Cookie Monster, except you feed it money because it's a graphics card. This is bent. Some uneven pressure here.
Oh my gosh, it started so quickly I fell in love. That is indeed how you, like, serve my brain up proper. Oh, that was so nice.
It's like the Cookie Monster, except you feed it money because it's a graphics card. This is bent. Some uneven pressure here. That is a little odd. That's pretty interesting. Oh, cool. Okay. That's great. Good access to the components.
The pacing is
and ability to repair
down.
everything from Sapphire. Today we're tearing down the 9070 XT Pulse. It's been
Today,
a busy
I
couple
think
weeks.
we're playing a video game. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's do.
Reviewing video cards. So today we're going to be, which one is this one? We're taking this one apart today.
I think this takes precedence.
The answer to the question, is it available at MSRP, is probably not. But we want to see how it's assembled. We'll talk about the pricing situation a little bit later. And as for the card itself, it's pretty simple. So it's a 3-fan solution. This is the one we used in our benchmarking. And yeah, we'll take it apart, see how the assembly is, and look at the build quality from Sapphire, which is kind of like AMD's EVGA, hopefully without the quitting part. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and their new Duronaut Thermal Paste. Thermal Grizzly claims its Duronaut Paste is intended for long-term stability and endurance, focusing on paste longevity in addition to the usual.
Did I miss Neon Grizzly?
Thermal Grizzly's Duronaut Paste comes with applicators and spreaders and ships in numerous tube sizes, aiming to provide a high-end paste for PC builds and daily driven overclocks by enthusiasts.
I am laughing a
Learn
lot.
more at the link in the description below. So, before we get any further, first of all, the boxes were empty, just to head off any comments. Secondly,
Okay, give me a second. I'm in the middle of fixing stuff because OBS just like hard died. Yeesh. Hello. Hello. Hi. OBS died. Very harshly. That was wild. That is bananas.
I don't know.
Okay, cool. I was trying to extract my timestamps, but I can't presently. Hold on. I'm trying. Oh my gosh. Okay. Y'all, I'm gonna quickly resume OBS. Okay, and I just fixed the Twitch one. Okay, I'm gonna quickly restart OBS again because I am a shithead and I make mistakes. I will be right back. 1 second, I apologize. Okay, I cleaned up every lingering process of OBS. I meant to do the same to make sure that Eldon had died proper. Sometimes you gotta kill a process. I'm not saying that, like, it's a process, it's not a people. What the fuck what do you want from me? Oop, I have to make it capture the browser. Oop, I made it capture the browser. I can take us to the chapter start.
So, before we get any further, first of all, the boxes were empty, just to head off any comments. Secondly,
timestamps.
This is bent.
Thank you.
This,
Yes,
I don't know how well it
Thank
shows,
you.
but this fin stack, that is not straight, so it should probably be more like that. We're gonna look at if it's just not secured or if it just, I don't know, manufacturing or whatever, but it shouldn't affect the performance too much. It would maybe very slightly affect the acoustics just because it is moving where the fin stack interacts with that fan. But anyway, walk around to the card. So this is the Pulse. Like I said, this is the one we reviewed, and it's got the Pulse iconography in it. This is where I'd love any medical professionals in our audience to tell me if that symbolizes good or bad for I guess that'd be a heart rate reading or whatever, because I hope they did a little bit of research. If you post your comment and you're like, yeah, that's like about to flatline, then not the best signal to send for the manufacturer. But the flow-through area is actually gigantic on this, which is good. So there's a single fan flow-through, unlike NVIDIA solution where NVIDIA puts the PCB in the center and then they push the air through both sides on the FE cards. But most of the manufacturers are still doing a more traditional PCB where the PCIe slot's integrated with the PCB. It's cheaper to make that way. It is definitely more typical, and that gives you one larger flow-through area as compared to, for example, the 9070 non-XT Pulse that we have, which is a dual fan solution, still an okay sized flow-through, but because it's not as long of a card with 3 fans, they don't get as much area there. The fans are also differing sizes, and they are opposing directions. So you can see this one's got the blades swooping that way, and the others have the blades swooping that way. So this is something we see somewhat regularly on the cards. Other basics, so they've got a perforated PCIe slot that's supposed to allow some air to escape. However, if you look in there, you can see that that's basically a wall for the fin stack, and that's because the fins are oriented vertically. So the air is going to come out the top of the card and out the bottom of the card mostly, but some air will get pushed in through that at that angle, and it'll find its way out the back. So this is all very standard. There's nothing particularly exciting or special about this yet, and that's fine. Standard cards definitely have a place, especially for trying to hit MSRP. Again, a pain point right now for AMD's launch, one of the kind of only major ones. So 3-slot card, they have a full 3-slot PCIe bracket on there, which is great. It's always good to see rather than the 2-slot on a 3-slot card. It's a little more rigid that way. And then otherwise, there's no
I regex my timestamps now, so they're more consistent
LED switches,
and they work.
but they do run 2 8-pins.
It's
So
the
that's
wise
kind of
way
the
to
basics
go.
of the card. The big thing
My
here
camera
is 3
froze.
fans. And in our review of the Pulse in general, we ended up not running the usual frequency, thermal, and acoustic data in there because we were so focused on just the GPU and the gaming performance and power.
Speaking of GPUs, I'm trying to launch Eldon again, and that is when OBS died.
Spent all the time on
Oh,
a million charts for that stuff. And so what I'm going to do is shove some of those charts into this video, so you'll get kind of the extra data that didn't end up making it into the XT review, and it'll be specific to this card. So that this is basically like a mini review of the card, where you already have the gaming and the power data from our review, and this will be all the companion data, frequency, thermal, acoustics, and the teardown. So let's start with the teardown, though. All right, looks simple. So I'm seeing a bunch of Phillips 1 screws. Looks like we're gonna get all these for the back plate going through to the shroud. One of the things I did want to point out here, so this should be an obvious thing that everyone does, but unfortunately it's not. Sapphire did not block the fin stack with the plastic shroud. So this is just plastic, this here. And sometimes we see it where they'll pull the plastic shroud like down across the fin stack and they can't get the friggin' air out. So, which is terrible. So Sapphire didn't block it, which is, yeah, that's a good thing. It's one of those smaller victories. Let's take this apart. So for those of you who are able to get one, the goal, as always with this, is give you some insight into how you would maybe repair and maintain the card if you need to replace the fans or something. But also just get an idea for build quality as you sort your options once they eventually do become more widely available, hopefully. All right, we're going to track this on the screw tracking grid. So on store.gamersaccess.net, if you want to grab one of our PC building anti-static mod mats, we've been selling these for about 8 years now, pretty crazy. And this is one of our newer designs. It directly supports us, and it gives you a work surface to build on. And it has cool stuff, like down here, the 8P8C wiring diagrams. There's RGB connectors, all kinds of stuff like that. All right, so Sapphire typically, wow, these are huge screws they're running through. Sapphire typically has a really simple disassembly process, which I've come to appreciate. In the past, this is not the case on this card, but on some cards, I think including one of their XT models, they have fans that attach with basically one screw and then a magnet. The new models I haven't looked at yet. I know they have magnets. I don't know if they use a screw or not. But it's nice because if a fan fails and you RMA it, they can just ship you a fan instead of having you send the whole thing back in and sit in RMA hell. All right, so this is obviously loose now. It's like the Cookie Monster, except you feed it money because it's a graphics card. And on the back, we've got the 4 screws for the retention mechanism, holding the cooler to the GPU itself. They've got a tamper seal there. The tamper seal, it doesn't say warranty void if removed. It doesn't say like warning or danger. It says the letter P. I have no idea what that means. Maybe pulse. I don't know. We're going to take it off though. Warranty void stickers are unenforceable in the US. Tamper seals, they have a place. It tells them if someone's been in the card, which is maybe useful as long as they don't use it to reject you. All right, those are captive screws. Just got like a washer on the other side to hold them in place, and then the leaf spring. And now the card should come apart. Before we take it apart, though, I'm going to remove the last couple screws. Basically, what I'm doing right now, if you're watching, just to, I mean, you could take the whole slot off. What I'm trying to do is differentiate between plastic screws and screws just going into the PCB, because then we can leave the frame, the PCIe slot mounted if we want. All right, let's see how this disassembles. That's pretty interesting. Oh, cool. Okay. That's great. Okay, cool. So here's what's going on here. This is loose, and that's loose because I took this out. So we had the option to leave the actual like heatsink retention and screws in there, which would mean that all of this would stay completely as is mounted and secure, and so you wouldn't be ripping up thermal pads and having to redo thermal paste and all that stuff if you wanted to just access the fans. This is why I'm always excited about this, where Sapphire's done this in the past. Super repairable this way. So if you have a dead fan, or I mean, frequently you'll see cards on eBay sold as parts only, and a lot of times they know the GPU's no good, but every now and then there's one where it just needs fans, and it's cheaper because of that. So in this situation, you could pull the frame without disturbing any of the rest of it, and then you'd be able to get at these screws. This is under tape over here, but same idea. Pull the fan, swap it for the same model, which is of course listed back here, so that makes that easy. And then even the cable, and this isn't always the case, is accessible without needing to take the rest of the heatsink off. Sometimes this is routed like through the heatsink in a way where you need to remove the heatsink to get to it. So that's awesome. Really excited about that. Good, good access to the components and ability to repair everything from Sapphire. And the fin stack is loose, so we'll just take that off in a second too. All right, that's loose. Okay. So to
Your dad is loose?
maybe that's the approach to the 12-volt high power. Use clips that make it hard to remove. Then people will just rip the entire connector off the board. So now we can pull this, I think. Yep. Okay, that is a long die. The die area is already live. I forget what I think they said it was like 356.5 millimeters squared or something. But that's public already either way. We'll do a measurement externally. So they've got this plate for the memory contact.
The thing is happening again.
A standard copper cold plate. Looks like no VC, no vapor chamber. Heat pipes, MOSFET contact. We'll come back to this in detail. On the PCB, there's a couple more screws securing the PCB to the back plate. And this is actually one of my favorite styles. So I've taken apart probably a couple hundred video cards at this point.
They're lovely eyes.
And dating back to about maybe the 700 series, although 1080 was the first one I took apart. And this is one of my favorite styles because it keeps the thermal pads, in my experience, intact the best. So there's the least sort of damage to pads where you're replacing things later. So I've always liked this approach. Okay. So to get to this stage, let's count them. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16 screws. It's really not bad.
I had a trip to go on.
And if you wanted to just get to the fans, I guess it would have been 2, 4, 6 screws just to get to, or maybe there might have been one in the back. There's 4 more in the back, so it would have been 10. But that's pretty damn good. That's, having more screws can help. It can help with even pressure distribution. So there's a place for it. It's mostly on high-end, super high heat cards.
I think it's just that way.
But in this situation, the accessibility is nice. Now, in terms of the contact patch, what I'm noticing is, speaking of pressure distribution, some uneven pressure here, where the top of the die here has less coverage. And so what we're going to do is look over at the heatsink.
It is bananas having torrent for this time.
We have it. I just haven't looked at it yet.
Not having torrent and still going to do this.
Where the paste is not as sort of
oh my gosh
squished out, and so or the pad, whatever it may be, and so the contact up here was just not that good. The pressure was different from the top to the bottom, and there was higher contact centrally. With GPUs, it's really important that the whole die has contact, so you can have stuff die, like components die internally. If it doesn't, unlike a CPU with an IHS, where the IHS kind of takes care of the bulk of the work with solder. Now this isn't going to kill anything, in my experience. A complete gap with nothing, like if we saw copper there and silicon on the other side, that would.
Guided by kindly
this is just bad contact.
I'm hardly the steady hand
if we look over here,
my fighting days are far behind me,
obviously,
which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation. To discern Tender Mikkela's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master unless I know that I can be of use.
Frenzied Flame Seal +4. With both of these, this is fine for PvE life. And genuinely, I don't mind getting sucked into an invasion this way.
A lot of these places. It looks like when they were going to mount it, someone on the assembly line maybe just misaligned this.
I can just
with that pad, because it's like the exact.
I can just do asshole stuff.
Imprint.
It's fine.
I don't know how they must have been canted to an angle, because they didn't do that with the other. Yeah, that is. It's the exact size.
I currently have a free slot.
I'll do another one.
We'll get better at swapping.
See that?
In between.
Small one right there. Anyway,
we might have this.
So that's just an assembly mistake. Probably not going to be a big impact. Just more of an insight to QC. Or like, okay, maybe could have lined that up better.
209.
But at least it had all the ROPs. So for the solution itself, what they're doing is a plate that is directly contacting some of the heat pipe. So the outer edges of the heat pipe, it's going underneath through the memory, which will help with cooling. And then the cold plate, copper cold plate, obviously pretty much I think every heat pipe makes it directly across the silicon, which is great. So there's no wasted heat pipes there. Heat pipe's the most effective part of the cooling process in that it does a phase change to get rid of the most heat. So anyway, this is pretty standard. they're sharing the
shit.
same solution ultimately, which is also standard. And so over here we have contact to the MOSFETs. So this is not that complex or large of a VRM. You can see we've got 4, 6 stages over here, and we've got 2, 4, 6 over here, plus it looks like maybe memory. I'd have to probe it out. There's stages here, 2.
I kind of want to go keen.
So we'd have to take a DMM and route
with
it,
this on,
which I'm not going to bother doing for this, but simpler
I kinda wanna do
VRM.
it.
Some other small features. So they've got these pads, insulation, right here.
This is 120.
Probably also just to kind of level everything. And over on the other side, I saw recently someone posted a Reddit thread about an old EVGA
Ooh,
card.
we're gonna get double
and they had
turtle
noticed
tails, man.
missing like this. They saw blank pads and they're like, did I get ripped off? Did they cheap out and leave components off? No, that's just the design for that card. They'll put extra pads and then often use the same PCB for a higher tier model, or just leave the option open for themselves, and then they skip the components, which does make it cheaper. That is true, but it's not like it was removed by someone. So there's not like some big stealing inductors scheme on eBay. They remove one inductor, the card still operates. Controller spot there. This looks like an RGB or a merged connector. This is a blank for an extra fan header. And so they've got a lot of room here to add some components for a higher version of this. But, the fin stack and the heatsink, very simple. It's all pretty much, except for here, one level, just fin stack. As far as the bend, it is actually bent. So it's not, you can just see this frame up here. It's very slightly bowing down. So I think it just got some pressure on it. Maybe that was related to the screw being on the memory pad. I don't know. So a little bent, just some QC stuff. Not going to affect the thermal performance. And then for the rest of this, so on the back side, there are no thermal pads, unfortunately. So they're not making use. This is a metal backplate. They're not making use of the surface area that they have. That's always a shame to see. It is good that they got rid of surface area here and made a huge flow through for an AMD card. That's nice to see. And then there's a gap here to let some air get out too. But not using any of this area to sink heat from the back of the memory. So they could put some pads here on the back of these memory modules, maybe the back of the inductors or the caps, and try and pull some heat away. But didn't use it. This is part of the model, being a cheaper quote-unquote MSRP model.
We have found.
This is unfortunately a very common step skipped. Maybe amounts to a couple degrees in most cases. So that's why they skipped. Okay, I think that's pretty much
We will
all
take
there is to
one
say.
of everything, please. Defers one of everything. We can get mushrooms galore. No, we're so good. We get so many mushrooms. We just won. And we topped off arms. We have succeeded. We are actually the best.
I know.
The best possible state we could be.
Need to find it.
I meant to pause the thing. I suck it.
That's going to be it for the teardown, and now we're going to go over to some of the charts. We have a review
It's
of
not
the Yeston
pausing.
RX 9070 XT Sakura Sugar Atlantis OC. That's the full name, aka Waifu Edition, coming up soon with fully detailed charts. Those include this Sapphire card and the Atlantis, so we'll keep these ones shorter
I
today
like
in
this
the
level.
XT Pulse review.
I wanna keep
Starting
playing
first
here.
with the RPM to thermal response, we get this chart. The Sapphire
We get some
9070 XT
kata.
Pulse's GPU temperature hit 56 degrees Celsius for average temperature in a controlled ambient of 21C. That's not bad. The hotspot ran at 81 degrees, which is also not bad in an absolute sense. Having nearly a 30-degree gap
Level
between those
47
is great,
room
and
level,
we're beginning to learn that
and
this is unfortunately common
level
for this
10
generation
for
so
weapon
far.
level.
In Sapphire's case, reduced mounting pressure at the top of the die doesn't appear to be making a measurable difference in the hotspot to core delta, because the other two cards we've tested, they don't have
I
the
wanna
reviews
take
up
the
yet, but
quick
we
grab,
tested
but I'm a
them,
little
also exhibited this
afraid
behavior,
to
but with
die.
more even pressure on the
This
die.
seems
It
more
just
like
seems
my
to be a
kind of
behavior
taste.
for
My
this
kind of
generation.
taste.
Either way, it's not in throttling territory, so it's still okay, but the memory temperature is a problem. It's running at 90 degrees Celsius for really no reason at all. The reason for this isn't anything beyond Sapphire's cooler design being relatively simple, and so its fan curve being as relaxed as it is becomes a problem. Here's the fan RPM plotted against these temperature values. Sapphire and AMD really need to get this situation under control for the fans. There's no reason for it to behave this erratically. VBIOS typically controls fan behavior via temperature targets, so this is within control of Sapphire, but also AMD could do more here too. The Pulse's fan blasts to 1560 RPM and holds. It drops to 1400 and holds. It then drops to 1300 for 5 seconds, then it climbs to 1390 RPM for 30 to 40 seconds, then it suddenly drops precipitously to 1100 RPM, then it spikes to 1258, then it drops to 1000, then it climbs to 1170 RPM, and then it drops to 1130 RPM and holds for a few minutes, and then it eventually fluctuates a few more times. This is erratic behavior, and we've rarely seen fans behave like this in a fixed, ongoing, unchanging workload. Unfortunately, this is extremely noticeable as an end user because you'll hear that irregular and annoying ramp, deramp, rapidly cycling in the first 2 to 3 minutes. It'd be better if it went to a higher speed and just held, but Sapphire is running its fans too slow anyway, as shown by the 90-degree memory thermals. So because it's following the relatively low GPU temperature for the fan speed, the VBIOS isn't able to tell the fans to spin up fast enough to deal with the memory temperature. This was actually a problem on older liquid-cooled cards a long time ago, where you'd have MOSFETs and memory burnouts, and so that's why ICX2 came to exist from EVGA, where because the core was running cool enough, the fans weren't ramping adequately, and so then you had memory and the VRM getting hot, but the card didn't quote-unquote know about that because it was following the core temperature for the fan speed. So anyway, this needs to be worked on. Tested in our hemi-anechoic chamber next. Here's a look at acoustics when the card was at steady state, so once the fan actually settled. Because the fans were hardly spinning during the test, once they did settle, this allowed the memory to hit 90 degrees. The card was extremely quiet though. It's a little too close to our noise floor before we upgrade our microphone anyway, but we measured it at 16.5 dBA at 1 meter. The 5090 FE plot is shown for comparison here. That card also hit 90 degrees on memory, but it's running a 575 watt heat load on the core instead of 304 watts, and also it's running louder. The Pulse is quiet, but it's too quiet. Sapphire has a ton of room to boost noise without it becoming noticeable. The typical case and CPU cooler would still cover up noise even if they increase the fan RPM here. And remember, you can always manually tune it back down as the end user if you'd rather incinerate your memory inside of a computer case instead. 90 degrees becomes 95 in a case pretty fast. Finally, here's the GPU core frequency plot. This shows the GPU hitting about 2997 megahertz at first launch of the workload, then settling around 2916 megahertz at steady state. AMD advertises quote up to 2970 megahertz at quote spec. It's not at that speed once the workload is actually settled, but on a technicality, it did hit or exceed 2970 megahertz for about 10 seconds. Very simple this time. I'm happy with how easy it was to disassemble, and the access to the fans is great, so credit there. There's some QC issues, like the mark on the pad just shows some alignment and then the bent fin stack, but nothing that would cause me as a customer to return the card, and you might not even notice. As for the quality outside of the teardown, we already showed gaming performance in our review of the 9070 XT. We commented on all that and on the pricing in a separate video called Fake MSRP, so you can watch those for that discussion. For this model specifically, Sapphire needs to work on the VBIOS tuning for the fan RPM to better deal with ramping memory thermals, despite otherwise okay GPU core thermals. Again, plenty of room to do that without sacrificing noise in a way that's relevant. And we like the assembly approach on the positive side. The ease with which you can get into the cooler is great, especially if you need to replace a fan.
This is so fast.
Very easy to get access to the whole thing.
I like
this was done well by Sapphire. The assembly was overall pretty good. Some ups and downs. There's a little bit of QC stuff with the bent fin stack, but it doesn't impact performance. The good news is that the fan speed can be adjusted either manually by users or after sales by Sapphire with the VBIOS push. Hopefully, anyway, that's how it typically works. If AMD is involved, then it's not as not as promising. But either way, we'll have more to say about these soon. We have the Yeston Waifu Edition card coming up, and possibly the Red Devil. That is it. Thanks for watching. As always, subscribe for more. You can go to store.gamersnexus.net if you want to buy one of our mod mats, like the one I did the disassembly on. And you can go to patreon.com/gamersnexus to throw a few bucks our way.
No, I think I want to go hear it.
We'll see you all next time.
Lol. GN. Lol. 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 Lol.
Just a couple. 26,
Just a couple.
We're at $4,000. Just a couple. Just a couple, then we're done. Just a couple, then we're done.
Just a couple. Just a couple. Just a couple.
We're 26. 26. I got a switcher.
Timestamps are fucked up from here on out. But they'll be present.
Yeah, guys.
Dude,
they just will be tagged wrong.
Shut up, back on wood.
But they'll be in order.
Full on devastation. How are these Plinko balls, bro?
Dude, we just suck?
No, bro, we're getting fucking something.
Yeah.
So okay. We need to kill ourselves. I have no solution.
No, man. Oh my gosh, dude. Bro, I have tears coming down my face right now, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. I just lost $300 fucking dollars, dude. I'm so sorry, Gabe. You probably feel like such an idiot giving that to me, dude. I'm so sorry, bro. I am such a fucking moron, dude. I am such a fucking moron. Oh my fucking god, dude. I am bleeding. Oh my fucking god, dude.
Blood pressure 184 over 116. Heart rate as high as if I was working out right now. My blood pressure, I'm on the borderline, on the edge of a fucking heart attack. No, I lost it all.
The levels are not that consistent from them. I think I was managing my shit. I don't know. I can't fight jackalopes here, by the way. There's stuff I've decided to keep around we have to level up soon to match us. It's 4 for Somber, and 10 for Standards. Hi there, buddy.
One thing leads to another. We gambled on stream for 10 hours straight, and I lost so much money. I hit my stake deposit limit. It made me stop gambling. I think I still have a little deposit left that stake held. I have been reborn. I have been reborn.
This is it. This is the last of literally every last penny I have to put in this. And it's left over from last night. $130, and now this is real. And now this is real. And now this is real shit. And now this is real shit. Hold up. Focus on people.
Oops, I shouldn't have gone down. Oops, I should suck less.
Oh my god.
Like I said, the levels aren't even.
God, dude, stop, dude.
I got it. One sec. I got 2 silly goose hands, and the world can't hold me. I didn't have torrent before, so I'm being reckless. Just like spamming pickup item button. To get nothing, mind you. I picked up nothing there. I'm grabbing a couple things that I kind of remember how to get to. And then we're going back to base game. This was just like, the lower the level I could get this, the better. And it's already been harder. So it's nice being able to run it reckless and take one of Mr. Man's fucking attacks and just look at him like you're a fucking goober. Did I fuck up? Is it? Duh. No, not you too. I already let myself down. Don't join me. What the fuck? I'm looking for a building at the top of a thing. Is that the building at the top of the thing that had... Where's the, like, isolated little fucking churchy thingy? There's a little churchy thingy. Is this the little churchy thingy? Bruh. Don't tell me this wall just kicks in. Don't tell me it's a fucking wall. Don't tell me it's a killy wall. Did you miss? Tell me you missed. Alright, cool. Based bombing, awesome. Thank you. I put points into vigor, so I can survive falls. Put points into vigor sometimes. Cool. Blessed Blue Dew Talisman. Now I get that lovely, lovely luxury tier style even. I get passive mana regen now. That's what's up. Because now we have it for FP and now NHP. It's very handy. I don't really need much FP sometimes. And if I'm, like, doing it after a Bloodflame Blade, for instance, which I can swap to Faith for scaling or something for scaling, and then back away again. I did not take these off. Yikes. I didn't need them. I mean, they help the scaling, and I'm just being a silly goof in PvE, but it does take our armor down to, like, no. Right, like, hold on. It goes from 11, which isn't really great, to negative 17, so 11% less damage per hit, or 17% more damage. Right, like, so I'm basically playing it how we played Dark Souls 2. It's very much not a big thing. Based. Visions of Good View and T. Good view. Good view. Good fucking view. Okay, we have blue on. Since we're going to get things, we're just inviting invaders. Because it's like, you know, it's comfy to have them come and just pop into the game and say hi. That's just a ball. I got very excited about that ball. I had to respec to do a quest about Gold Mask and those really cool, very light gold bracelets. I'm still a light gold character, but I'm pretty sure the bracelets, being gold in the Golden Order, do some fucking wild bananas bullshit. Pretty sure. Aren't Handy Fists by this place? Where the fuck are Handy Fists? Where are the Handy Fists? I'll find them. I will find Pata at some point. But behold, gorgeous view. There's this over here too. I like the world tree variants. I really do like that we have world trees everywhere. It kind of does play into the whole Ash Lake being underneath everything still. People a little bit sometimes, but it's okay. That's fine. In the Ashes of Ariandel is where it all fell apart, and it started in Ash Lake. It's only fitting to let it go to gray. Anywho's, I'm looking for an item, and I thought it was in here, but I'm also useless. Oh wait, is this here? Doubtful. Oh. Oh no, yes, this is it. Okay, cool. Yee. We're good. Don't turn back. Indulge. Indulge the R2, or sorry, indulge the R1. Indulge the R1, do everything it says. Indulge the running R1, mind you. Oopers. In case they run away. Besides, imagine if what we were running just a second ago, just imagine with me for a moment that this was like this. Okay? But now. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You still end on a 6. But this can go stabby stabby. It's standard pierce slash pierce. Slash pierce is very handy. It's very nice. But here's the thing though. Selectively, oops. So fucking selectively, this reaches farther. Okay? And that's great. And I'm a medium load baddie right now. God damn it. Anywho's. And this just builds up hits quick. And also does bleeding. So things that scale per hit are really nice on both of those together. Because that's a lot of hits in 4 seconds. Like, you'll see it glow my body. If I can find something we can just wail at, which takes, like, riding around on Tears of Cognition. Okay, cool. This is a gem. This is an absolute gem. I was also running the other way because I wanted poison daggers in mass, like a fuckload of them. So I went here. We're going back to TVE in base game. Back to base game. Back to base game. That man is essential killing. Oh, I did the Ronnie stuff. That was very much... I love to learn Starfist. They're just fucking amazing. They're so good. We have evaded a lot of bullshit here. I clearly knew what I wanted, and I ran for it the second I could. So Round Table's on fire, and that's kind of fucked up. And a man is dead for his bell at not the greatest time, but it was the earliest I could get his bell, and that kind of makes me a fucked up person, and I get that, and that's fine. You're not invalid. I just want you to know that you're valid and you matter. Okay, cool. Revenge. Come on, join me. Give me more guns, please. I was gonna brute force finding Hail Hydrate. Your face. Oh, lucky for us. We're actually golden. I mean, we're good. We didn't need those. We're fine. Back to this. We have so far had to run and not actually fight anyone. Oh, there are like 2 things that I want to just sneak around and grab. Like, actually, though. Shit. That is true. Okay, cool, hold on. There's like a thing I want to grab. A tiny thing. I found something hilarious. We're popping it on. Cam has a VOD about EDP being mad.
You big, eat that, fofo.
Eat that. My favorite woke Karen VOD was the one with, I want to eat that. As a clippable moment.
If you want me.
Oh, we're shredding frames. That's bananas.
Ask a question, promote a business, other. Now, if you're
I bet I'm fighting with that one thing again. It was that we were fighting. I think we were having a tiff. I was kind of losing my shit. That off stream it was like not that much different and running quite well also.
Going to EDP 445 to get advice.
I don't know if I'd call the extra detail fidelity though, is the thing.
I can provide you some free advice. Get therapy instead. Now the average video length he does is about 1 minute. His last video was today at 1:53, literally 3 hours ago. Someone paid this guy money and he joined.
Hey y'all, what it is, man? It's your big Eat That 445. We back in this, man. Here on Cameo, I'll make a little bit of everything, you know. If you want me to roast your friends, if you want me to do birthday shout outs, you know, I know the holidays already passed and stuff like that, but I could do Happy New Year's videos, Merry Christmas videos, it's Happy 4th of July, pretty much everything, you know, anything you guys want me to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we have some bad news and some good news regarding everyone's favorite cupcake enjoyer, EDP 445. Of course, you all remember him. He was involved in a, you know, catch involving someone trying to meet someone a little young, and essentially he ruined his career.
We've named on him, unfortunately, so that's why my face is turning all weird.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home.
Oh, okay. So you initiate the conversation with a 15-year-old knowing she was 15, yes or no?
Correct.
Okay.
He pretty much isn't welcome anywhere he goes. He ended up creating a YouTube channel, which has now, thankfully, been terminated, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. If you don't remember, 7 months ago, in August 2024, I made a video called The Predators Have Returned. It's horrible. And he had this channel by the name of Big Cheese, the OG 445. Now, if we look at Wikitubia, his first video was called Mistakes Were Made. And luckily, his channel has been terminated, so we can give a nice round of applause. YouTube has finally,
a long time for that
after a few months, this channel was active for quite some time, surprisingly. I don't know why it took so long for YouTube to finally do something about it.
They made money off
at
of
least
it.
finally terminated this channel. And now, if you'd search up the OG 445, it's quite funny because this poor man, Big Cheese over here with 26K, is unfortunately being compared to, you know, Mr. EDP Bryant Moreland. A horrific thing to be accused of being. But you also see like these backups of EDP's videos. The OG 445 crapping out motor oil. White Castle is freaking garbage. So, you know, condolences to Big Cheese. Never want to be compared to that guy. Either way, where the bad news comes in is, ladies and gentlemen, EDP is on Cameo. So if you want to see a cameo of EDP, if you want to give this goober, this Alien vs. Predator, some of your hard-earned money, he is taking cameos for $30. So you can get EDP to give you a personal gift.
They're grabbing
say, hey,
one other, two other things
Nuggets,
here.
you know, F you. Here's a top list of 100 corn stars that I'm interested in, right? He can tell you happy birthday, send a pep talk, roast someone, get advice, ask a question, promote a business, other. Now, if you're going to EDP 445 to get advice, I can provide you some free advice. Get therapy instead. Now, the average video length he does is about 1 minute. His last video was today at 1:53, literally 3 hours ago. Someone paid this guy money, and he joined January 9th. It's only been 2 months, and he's already gotten quite a few. 74 reviews. And this is only the people who've left reviews. It's very possible that people could have just been happy with what they've gotten. Either way, he has a 4.99. Guys, I get the joke. I get it. I understand. It's funny. EDP. EDP. He's so funny. He was funny, blah, 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 right? He made funny videos. The dude tried to meet up with a young girl. And then when he got called out and exposed for it, he tried to pretend that, you know, we're all stupid. The joke was funny, whatever, he was a funny character. The matter of fact is he's still a actual creep. This is not like a meme. It wasn't like a slightly miscommunication, or maybe he was a little weird like Drake, you know what I mean? This guy is a legitimate actual creep who tried to meet up with someone. So the fact that people are giving this guy money, again, $30 just for him to say some stupid stuff in a video, is absolutely baffling to me. But let's just check it out, see what he's up to. Here's his newest video today.
Who else is pulling their hog right now? Welcome back to Streaming Freelo. Freelo, what's up with it, bruh? Weird ass punk getting small arm having boy, eat that pussy 445, man. It's funny, you know, because you mentioned, you know, who else is pulling their hog right now. I'm guessing that means, but your arms are so small. I don't even know how to, you know, reach down and grab.
Yeah, and there we go. That is the highest quality EDP review you can get. March 11th, which is 2 days ago.
Hey, yo. What's up with it, bitch? You little punk ass, red-headed baby Jesus looking. It's your boy, Eat That Pussy 445. Listen, man, happy birthday to you, man. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you have some cake, some ice cream. Hope you can laid.
Alright, there it is. What else we got? March 4th, peak.
What's up, my fellow goon shitters? Eat That Pancreas 445 back at it with another gas-tastic message to all of you. Matt, stay uncircumcised. Mina, stop clipping. Dom, piss. Eli, you be you. Anyways, have a tasty pastry to pick up. See ya.
Okay, yeah, so that's the quality you can expect from Eat That Peanut 445. Ladies and gentlemen,
It's not peanut.
as always, I don't know why I have to mention this. Do not give money to these creeps, okay? You can laugh at them, you can make content, you can make money off of them, but do not give them money. The joke was funny. EDP is a funny character. We get it. The joke goes on and on and on and on, right? He was a funny character a long time ago. Do not give EDP money. Do not subscribe to this man. Do not enable him to be creative and come online making his little videos talking about how stupid we are and how stupid everybody else is, and, you know, never really taking full accountability for what he's done. There's a reason why this man was rightfully punished in the public eye, because what he did was absolutely deplorable. Now, one of the few archives that are available online that I can kind of pull up and hope that my account is safe because it's still up on YouTube is the EDP 445 situation by, of course, Moist Critical. 19 million views. As you can see right here, the title of this video is watching says famous YouTuber EDP 445 caught meeting blank-year-old girl. I'm not going to say it, but you can read it. Essentially, this is a 2-hour-long discussion of, you know, EDP talking to what he assumes to be a girl of this age, right? This isn't some nonsense, right? This is the decoy account, and the girl giving her side of the story and going through the full transcript of everything involved, right? There's no silly jokes, no silly trolling, ha. No, this was a serious thing.
I'm laughing
EDP
at
came
this,
to this
not
location
this.
trying to meet up with this person that he's been talking to on the internet, thinking they were this age, right? And it's a serious thing. It's so serious to the point that this guy basically can't work, right? He's tried to do Uber, and he's tried to do all these other types of, like, delivery services or, you know, like self-run business type things, and they've all not lasted because this guy is a monster. He's not a funny troll. He's not a haha, oops, I accidentally trolled a little too far. This guy is a literal disgusting creep, and this video kind of proves it. Now, I'm not going to show the full video because I'm pretty sure this video in itself got a bunch of YouTubers like in trouble, and it caused like a whole thing where people were like, oh, YouTube's protecting these creeps, blah 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 blah. But, you know, Moist Critical has it up, so it is what it is. But
we're not using
ladies and
that.
gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the video. Mind you, please do not support this goober. Please do not subscribe if EDP comes back with another channel. Please do not go buy a cameo from this guy because it's funny, haha. He's a meme character, it's EDP, haha. you're still going to be giving money to a guy who literally is interested in young people. Got caught trying to meet up with a young person and essentially ruined his internet career. Do not be stupid. Thank you for watching. Bye.
It's like the Cookie Monster, except you feed it money because it's a graphics card. This is bent. Some uneven pressure here. That is a little odd. That's pretty interesting. Oh, cool. Okay. That's great. Good access to the components and ability to repair everything from Sapphire. Today we're tearing down the 9070 XT Pulse. It's been a busy couple weeks reviewing video cards, so today we're going to be... Which one? This one. We're taking this one apart today, and the answer to the question, is it available at MSRP, is probably not. But we want to see how it's assembled. We'll talk about the pricing situation a little bit later. And as for the card itself, it's pretty simple. It's a 3-fan solution. This is the one we used in our benchmarking. And yeah, we'll take it apart, see how the assembly is, and look at the build quality from Sapphire, which is kind of like AMD VGA, hopefully without the twin part. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and their new Duronaut Thermal Paste. Thermal Grizzly claims its Duronaut paste is intended for long-term stability and endurance, focusing on paste longevity in addition to the usual performance focus. Thermal Grizzly's Duronaut paste comes with applicators and spreaders, in numerous tube sizes, aiming to provide a high-end paste for PC builds and daily driven overclocks by enthusiasts. Learn more at the link in the description below. So, before we get any further, first of all, the boxes were empty, just to head off any comments. Secondly, this is bent. I don't know how well it shows, but this fin stack, that is not straight, so it should probably be more like that. We're gonna look at if it's just not secured, or if it just, I don't know, manufacturing or whatever, but it shouldn't affect the performance too much. It would maybe very slightly affect the acoustics, just because it is moving where the fin stack interacts with that fan. But anyway, walk around to the card. So this is the Pulse. Like I said, this is the one we reviewed, and it's got the Pulse iconography in it. This is where I'd love any medical professionals in our audience to tell me if that symbolizes good or bad for I guess that'd be a heart rate reading or whatever, because I hope they did a little bit of research. If you post your comment and you're like, yeah, that's like about to flatline, then not the best signal to send to the manufacturer. But the flow-through area is actually gigantic on this, which is good. So there's a single fan flow-through, unlike NVIDIA solution where NVIDIA puts the PCB in the center and then they push the air through both sides on the FE cards. But most of the manufacturers are still doing a more traditional PCB where the PCIe slot's integrated with the PCB. It's cheaper to make that way. It is definitely more typical, and that gives you one larger flow-through area as compared to, for example, the 9070 non-XT Pulse that we have, which is a dual fan solution, still an okay sized flow-through, but because it's not as long of a card with 3 fans, they don't get as much area there. The fans are also differing sizes, and they are opposing directions. So you can see this one's got the blades swooping that way, and the others have the blades swooping that way. So this is something we see somewhat regularly on the cards. Other basics, so they've got a perforated PCIe slot that's supposed to allow some air to escape. However, if you look in there, you can see that that's basically a wall for the fin stack, and that's because the fins are oriented vertically. So the air is going to come out the top of the card and out the bottom of the card mostly, but some air will get pushed in through that at that angle, and it'll find its way out the back. So this is all very standard. There's nothing particularly exciting or special about this yet, and that's fine. Standard cards definitely have a place, especially for trying to hit MSRP. Again,
I can look at when my card goes
right
up
now
to see
for
when it
AMD's launch.
resets.
One of the kind of only major one. It's a 3-slot card.
Relative to
They
each
have
bit.
a full 3-slot PCIe bracket
No, I
on
don't
there,
need
which is
to
great.
anymore.
It's always good to see rather than the 2-slot on a 3-slot card. It's a little more rigid that way. And then otherwise, there's no dual V BIOS or anything fancy like that, no 6-slot LED switches, but they do run 2 8-pins. So that's kind of the basics of the card. The big thing here is 3 fans. And in our review of the Pulse in general, we ended up not running the usual frequency, thermal, and acoustic data in there because we were so focused on just the GPU and the gaming performance and power consumption. Spent all the time on a million charts for that stuff. And so what I'm going to do is shove some of those charts into this video, so you'll get kind of the extra data that didn't end up making it into the XT review, and it'll be specific to this card. So that this is basically like a mini review of the card, where you already have the gaming and the power data.
Is it
from
this
a
way
review,
or that way? I think it was that way.
data, frequency, thermal, acoustics, and the teardown. So let's start with the teardown now. All right, it looks simple. So I've seen a bunch of Phillips 1 screws. Looks like we're gonna get all these for the back plate going through to the shroud. One of the things I did want to point out here, so this should be an obvious thing that everyone does, but unfortunately it's not. Sapphire did not block the
I noticed the
fin stack
frame
with
loss
the
now.
plastic shroud. So this is just plastic this here. And sometimes we see it where they'll pull the plastic shroud like down across the fin stack. They can't get the friggin' air out, so which is terrible. So Sapphire didn't block it, which is, yeah, that's a good thing. It's one of those smaller victories. Let's take this apart. So for those of you who are able to get one, the goal, as always with this, is give you some insight into how you would maybe repair and maintain the card if you need to replace the fans or something. But also just get an idea for build quality as you sort your options once they eventually do become more widely available, hopefully. All right, we're gonna track this on the screw tracking grid. So on store.gamersaccess.net, if you want to grab one of our PC building anti-static mod mats, we've been selling these for about 8 years now, pretty crazy. And this is one of our newer designs. Directly supports us, and it gives you a work surface to build on. And it has cool stuff, like down here, the 8P8C wiring diagrams. There's RGB connectors, all kinds of stuff like that. All right, so Sapphire typically, wow, these are huge screws they're running through. Sapphire typically has a really simple disassembly process, which I've come to appreciate. In the past, this is not the case on this card, but on some cards, I think including one of their XT models, they have fans that attach with basically one screw and then a magnet. The new models I haven't looked at yet. I know they have magnets. I don't know if they use a screw or not. But it's nice because if a fan fails and you RMA it, they can just ship you a fan.
Ooh, we can go through inventory and clean things out now.
And sit in RMA hell. All right, so this is obviously loose now. It's like the Cookie Monster, except you feed it money because it's a graphics card. And on the back, we've got the 4 screws for the retention mechanism, holding the cooler to the GPU itself. They've got a tamper seal there. The tamper seal, it doesn't say warranty void if removed. It doesn't say like warning or danger. It says the letter P. I have no idea what that means. Maybe pulse. I don't know. We're gonna take it off though. Warranty void stickers are unenforceable in the US. Tamper seals, they have a place. It tells them they fucking want to take the card, which is maybe useful as long as they don't use it to reject you.
I'm trying to like get a feel for the area
those
bonus
are
that
captive
the enemies
screws.
have from hitting those.
It's got like a washer on the
'Cause
other
they're
side to hold it in
default
place,
weak, right?
and then the leaf spring.
And then all they'd have is the
now
area
the card should
bonus.
come apart. Before we take it apart, though, I'm going to remove the last couple screws.
Maybe.
Basically, what I'm doing right now, and watching, just to, I mean, you could take the whole slot off. What I'm trying to do is differentiate between plastic screws and screws just going into the
Instability
PCB.
because flight?
Because then we can leave the frame, the PCIe slot mounted if we want. All right, let's see how this disassembles. That's pretty interesting. Oh, cool. Okay. That's great. Okay, cool. So here's what's going on here. This is loose, and that's loose because I took this out. So we have the option to leave the actual like heatsink retention and screws in there, which would mean that all of this would stay completely as is mounted and secure.
Use
and
the
so you
shackles
wouldn't
to
be
break the
ripping up
springs.
thermal pads and having to redo thermal paste and all that stuff if you wanted to just access the fans. This is why
Their hitbox is gigantic.
I'm always excited about this, where Sapphire's done this in the past. Super repairable this way. So if you have a dead fan, or I mean, frequently you'll see cards on eBay sold as parts only, and a lot of times they know the GPU's no good, but every now and then there's one where it just needs fans, and it's cheaper because of that. So in this situation, you can pull the frame without disturbing any of the rest of it, and then you'd be able to get at these screws. This is under tape over here, but same idea. pull the fan, swap it for the same model, which is lifted down, so that makes that easy. And then even the cable, and this isn't always the case, is accessible without needing to take the rest of the heatsink off. Sometimes this is routed like through the heatsink in a way where you need to remove the heatsink to get to it. So that's awesome. Really excited about that. Good, good access to the components and ability to repair everything from Sapphire. And the fin stack is loose, so we'll just take that off in a second too. All right, that's loose. Okay, to Vitaly's point, maybe that's the approach to the 12-volt high power. Use clips that make it hard to remove. Then people will just rip the entire connector off the board. So now we can pull this, I think. Yeah. Okay, that is a long die. The die area is already live. I forget what I think they said it was like 356.5 millimeters squared or something. But that's public already either way. We'll do a measurement externally. So they've got this plate for the memory contact, a standard copper cold plate. Looks like no VC, no vapor chamber, heat pipes, MOSFET contact. We'll come back to this in detail. On the PCB, there's a couple more screws securing the PCB to the back plate. And this is actually one of my favorite styles. So I've taken apart probably a couple hundred video cards at this point, and dating back to about maybe the 700 series, although 1080 was the first one I took apart. And this is one of my favorite styles because it keeps the thermal pads, in my experience, intact the best. So there's the least sort of damage to pads or replacement. So to get to this stage, let's count them. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12,
It's a lot more
16 screws.
survivability.
It's really not bad.
I like that.
And if you wanted to just get to the fans, I guess it would have been 2, 4, 6 screws just to get to, or maybe there might have been one in the back. There's 4 more in the back, so it would have been 10. But that's pretty damn good.
We need to go up to
having more
weapons.
screws can help. It
We
can help
have
with
the
even
maps. We
pressure
should be
distribution. So there's a place for it. It's mostly on high-end, super high heat cards. But in this situation, the accessibility is nice. Now, in terms of the contact patch, what I'm noticing is, speaking of pressure distribution, some uneven pressure here, where the top of the die here has less coverage. And so what we're going to do is look over at the heatsink itself, and I'm going to need to check my thermal data now. We have it, I just haven't looked at it yet. You can see right here that different color patch where the paste is not as sort of squished out, and so, or the pad, whatever it may be. And so the contact up here was just not that good. The pressure was different from
Oh, we're
the
a
top
heavy
to the
roll
bottom,
city.
and there was
When did
higher
we do
contact
that?
centrally.
Touch
With
grass.
GPUs, it's really important that the whole die has contact, so you can have stuff die, the components die internally. If it doesn't, unlike a CPU with an IHS, where the IHS kind of takes care of the bolster work with solder. Now this isn't going to kill anything, in my experience. A complete gap with nothing, like if we saw copper there and silicon on the other side, that would. But this is just bad. And then if we look over here, some interestingness going on. Obviously just kind of standard pads. Those look like maybe 1 mil thick with some squish, some compression. That is a little odd. That looks like what would typically be a screw, but how does that line up? They're trying to assemble this, I think. Believe it or not, a lot of this assembly, so the PCB is made by machines, SMT lines, which we've filmed in the past. A lot of the assembly is still done by hand at a lot of these places. It looks like when they were going to mount it, someone on the assembly line maybe just misaligned this with that pad. It's like the exact imprint. I don't know how they must have been camped into an angle, because they didn't do that with the other. Yeah, that is. It's the exact size. I'll do another one. See that? There's a small one right there. Anyway, so that's just an assembly mistake. Probably not going to be a big
Isn't what it
impact.
used to be.
More of an insight to QC, or it's like, okay, maybe we could have lined that up better. But at least I had all the problems.
I was going to take distance and just heal.
For the solution itself, what they're doing is a plate
And get the corpse drop.
That is directly contacting some of the heat pipe. So the outer edges of the heat pipe, it's going underneath through the memory, which will help with cooling. And then the cold plate, copper cold plate, obviously pretty much, I think every heat pipe makes it directly across the silicon, which is great. So there's no wasted heat pipes there. Heat pipe's the most effective part of the cooling process in that it does a phase change to get rid of the most heat. So anyway, this is pretty standard. They're sharing the same solution ultimately, which is also standard. And so over here we have contact to the MOSFETs. So this is not that complex or large of a VRM. So you've got 6 stages over here, and we've got 2, 4, 6 over here, plus it looks like maybe memory. I'd have to probe it out. There's stages here, 2 up here. So we'd have to take a DMM and route it, which I'm not going to bother doing for this, but simpler VRM. Some other small features, so they've got these pads, insulation. Probably also just to kind of level everything. And over on the other side, I saw recently someone posted a Reddit thread about an old EVGA card, and they had noticed missing like this. They saw blank pads, and they're like, did I get ripped off? Did they cheap out and leave components off? No, that's just the design for that card. They'll put extra pads and then often use the same PCB for a higher tier model, or just leave the option open for themselves, and then they skip the components, which does make it cheaper. That is true, but it's not like it was removed by someone. So it's not like some big stealing inductors scheme on eBay. They remove one inductor, the card still operates. Controller spot there. This looks like an RGB or a merged connector. This is a blank for an extra fan header. And so they've got a lot of room here to add some components for a higher version of this. But the fin stack and the heatsink, very simple. It's all pretty much, except for here, one level, just fin stack. As far as the bend, it is actually bent. So it's not, you just see this frame up here. It's very slightly bowing down. So I think it just got some pressure on it. Maybe that was related to the screw being on the memory pad. I don't know. So a little bent, just some QC stuff. Not going to affect the tone performance. Then for the rest of this, so on the back side, there are no thermal pads, unfortunately. So they're not making use, this is a metal backplate. They're not making use of the surface area that they have. It's always a shame to see. It is good that they got rid of surface area here and made a huge flow through for an AMD card. That's nice to see. And there's a gap here to let some air get out too. But not using any of this area to sink heat from the back of the memory. So they could put some pads here on the back of these memory modules, maybe the back of the inductors or the caps and try and pull some heat away. But didn't use it. This is part of the model, you know, being a cheaper quote-unquote MSRP model. But this is unfortunately a very common step that's skipped. Maybe amounts to a couple degrees in most cases. So that's why they skipped it. Okay, I think that's pretty much all there is to say about this. Very simple construction, pretty standard sized PCB, standard execution, standard in the sense that, I mean, it's just a fin stack. That's pretty much all there is to it. You know, it's got whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like heat pipes going through. Those are 6 mil pipes. So very typical approach dating back at least to the 10 series that I've paid attention to personally, and I'm sure further than that. So this is a pretty tried and true design. It's not innovative. It's not particularly special or advanced. It's fine. And so that's pretty much all they're trying to do with this. Makes it cheaper, basically. So that's going to be it for the teardown. And now we're going to go over to some of the charts. We have a review of the Yeston RX 9070 XT Sakura Sugar Atlantis OC. That's the full name, aka Waifu Edition, coming up soon with fully detailed charts. Those include this Sapphire card and the Atlantis, so we'll keep these ones shorter today in the XT Pulse review. Starting first with the RPM to thermal response, we get this chart. The Sapphire 9070 XT Pulse's GV temperature hit 56 degrees Celsius for average temperature in a controlled ambient of 21°C. That's not bad. The hotspot ran at 81 degrees, which is also not bad in an absolute sense. Having nearly a 30-degree gap between them, though, isn't great, and we're beginning to learn that this is unfortunately common for this generation so far. In Sapphire's case, the reduced mounting pressure at the top of the die doesn't appear to be making a measurable difference in the hotspot to core delta. because the other two cards we've tested, they don't have the reviews up yet, but we've tested them, also exhibited this behavior, but with more even pressure on the die. It just seems to be a behavior for this generation. Either way, it's not in throttling territory, so it's still okay, but the memory temperature is a problem. It's running at 90 degrees Celsius for really no reason at all. The reason for this isn't anything beyond Sapphire's cooler design being relatively simple, and so its fan curve being as relaxed as it is becomes a problem. Here's the fan RPM plotted against these temperature values. Sapphire and AMD really need to get this situation under control for the fans. There's no reason for it to behave this erratically. VBIOS typically controls fan behavior via temperature targets, so this is within control of Sapphire, but also AMD could do more here too. The Pulse's fan blasts to 1560 RPM and holds. It drops to 1400 and holds. It then drops to 1300 for 5 seconds, then it climbs to 1390 RPM for 30 to 40 seconds, then it suddenly drops precipitously to 1100 RPM, then it spikes to 1258, then it drops to 1000, then it climbs to 1170 RPM, and then it drops to 1130 RPM and holds for a few minutes, and then it eventually fluctuates a few more times. This is erratic behavior, and we've rarely seen fans behave like this in a fixed, ongoing, unchanged workload. Unfortunately, this is extremely noticeable as an end user because you'll hear that irregular and annoying ramp, deramp, rapidly cycling for 2 to 3 minutes. It'd be better if it went to a higher speed and just held, but Sapphire is running its fans too slow anyway, as shown by the 90-degree memory thermals. So because it's following the relatively low GPU temperature for the fan speed, the VBIOS isn't able to tell the fans to spin up fast enough to deal with the memory temperature. This was actually a problem on older liquid-cooled cards a long time ago, where you'd have MOSFETs and memory burnouts, and so that's why ICX2 came to exist from EVGA, where because the core was running cool enough, the fans weren't ramping adequately, and so then you had memory and the VRM getting hot, but the card didn't quote-unquote know about that because it was following the core temperature for the fan speed. So anyway, this needs to be worked on. Tested in our hemi-anechoic chamber next. Here's a look at acoustics when the card was at steady state, so once the fan actually settled. Because the fans were hardly spinning during the test once they did settle, this allowed the memory to hit 90 degrees. The card was extremely quiet though. It's a little too close to our noise floor before we upgrade our microphone anyway, but we measured it at 16.5 dBA at 1 meter. The 5090 FE plot is shown for comparison here. That card also hit 90 degrees on memory, but it's running a 575 watt heat load on the core instead of 304 watts, and also it's running louder. The Pulse is quiet, but it's too quiet. Sapphire has a ton of room to boost noise without it becoming noticeable. The typical case and CPU cooler would still cover up noise even if they increase the fan RPM here. And remember, you can always manually tune it back down as the end user if you'd rather incinerate your memory inside of a computer case instead. 90 degrees becomes 95 in a case pretty fast. Finally, here's the GPU core frequency plot. This shows the GPU hitting about 2997 megahertz at first launch of the workload, then settling around 2916 megahertz at steady state. AMD advertises, quote, up to 2970 megahertz, end quote, in the spec. It's not at that speed once the workload is actually settled, but on a technicality, it did hit or exceed 2970 megahertz for about 10 seconds. Very simple this time. I'm happy with how easy it was to disassemble, and the access to the fans is great, so credit there. There's some QC issues, like the mark on the pad just shows some alignment and then the bent fin stack, but nothing that would cause me as a customer to return the card, and you might not even notice. As for the quality outside of the teardown, we already showed gaming performance in our review of the 9070 XT. We commented on all that and on the pricing in a separate video called Fake MSRP, so you can watch those for that discussion. For this model specifically, Sapphire needs to work on the VBIOS tuning for the fan RPM to better deal with ramping memory thermals, despite otherwise okay GPU core thermals. Again, plenty of room to do that without sacrificing noise in a way that's relevant. And we like the assembly approach on the positive side. The ease with which you can get into the cooler is great, especially if you need to replace a fan without disturbing thermal paste. Very easy to get access to the whole thing. This was done well by Sapphire. The assembly was overall pretty good. Some ups and downs, just a little bit of QC stuff with the bent fin stack, but it doesn't impact performance. The good news is that the fan speed can be adjusted either manually by users or after sales by Sapphire with the VBIOS push. Hopefully, anyway, that's how it typically works. If AMD is involved, then it's not as not as promising. But either way, we'll have more to say about these soon. We have the Yeston Waifu Edition card coming up, and possibly the Red Devil. That is it. Thanks for watching. As always, subscribe for more. You can go to store.gamersnexus.net. If you want to buy one of our mod mats, like the one I did the disassembly on, and you can go to patreon.com/gamersnexus to throw a few bucks our way to help fund our testing. We'll see you all next time.
Hello, welcome back to From
What's a bigger one?
And today's video is going to be about how I think I can prove that the Lord Vessel is...
We watched that at the start of the stream. Mind you, it's actually lovely. Hold on. No, hold your
Ghislaine
titties.
Maxwell.
No, hold your titties. No, you hold your titties. I found a good 16 minutes of our time that we won't get back, but that's what's up. So, here's the link if you're in chat, and if you're looking at the VOD for timestamps, they work into a point and then they collapse, and they go to shit. That's because OBS crashed. I apologize. OBS crashed earlier. So, this is GeoSages. I decided to run a 9,600 hour long game, to speedrun a 9,600 hour long game. That's a lot of fucking time. That's scary.
First discovered the longing when watching this video by Adam Millard and was immediately fascinated. A game that takes 400 days to beat? 400 real days? But what fascinated me even more was the idea of a longing speedrun, something that the comment section seemed equally interested in. A quick look at speedrun.com revealed that the game did have a page, but there was one disturbing detail. Nobody had ever tried to speedrun the 400-day ending of the game. Now, I consider myself a moderately sane individual,
I have to.
so I wasn't about to commit to routing and running a speedrun that might end up taking dozens, maybe even hundreds of hours. But I thought the idea was funny, so when creating a Wheel of Punishment for my Yokai Watch 3 Nuzlocke, I decided to throw this challenge on the wheel. But I mean, it's not like it'll actually get rolled, right? What will be my first punishment? Okay. So, this is my life now. No use in complaining, I signed up for this. So, let's discuss this route. The main thing you need to understand is there are three main ways to speed up time in the game. First, there are books.
I mean, it's
books skip
terribly
1
funny
minute
to be
ahead
able
for
to-
each page you read, and using an auto-clicker, this is the quickest way to speed up time. Unfortunately,
already was
each
heavy.
book is a
I'm a goofball.
one-time use item, so grabbing them will probably save us a few in-game days, maybe a week, but nothing too crazy. They're worth snagging, but far from our top priority.
So good.
Second is the musical instrument. Playing this device will speed time up by 10 in-game minutes, and can be repeated endlessly by pressing the right, left, down, and up button on my controller. By the way, I'm playing on the Switch version. It's slightly different on PC. But here's the problem with the music. There are 576,000 minutes.
Oh, we're already
400 days. So if this was our primary way of skipping time, we need to press buttons over 200,000 times, meaning hours and hours of grinding, pressing the same 4 buttons in rapid succession. I don't know about you, but that sounds like the sort of thing only a crazy person would do. So we're going to focus on the third way to speed up time. And that way is passive time speed. There are many different ways to speed this up, such as collecting carpets, crystals, building a bed, crafting paintings, and many more. By gathering all these resources, we can make it so a single real-world second is worth about 20 seconds in-game, which would turn our 400-day-long playthrough into a simple 20-day speedrun. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. Now, the route for this is a bit complicated, so I created this slideshow as a guide, which you can find on speedrun.com if you're interested in learning more or want to run the route yourself. Originally, I was going to walk through each step here, but I realized that was heckin' boring, so instead I'll just throw in a quick time-lapse of the routing, and we can talk about the issues I encountered later. Enjoy 8 hours or so of footage compressed into a few minutes of montage time.
It'll do. It'll do. But up to this'll do, right? No? Sorting by weight. Where do we cut off at? We cut off there. Oh, cool. We get buffs before we hit our cutoff. That is nice. We can have plus things. Plus 5s. That's based. Okay, can I put the cape on this still? You know, I think there's a reason this is my favorite set. I think that might be why. I think it's just because it's so fucking good. It's hard to top this one at all. It's so good. If only it had a matching hood. If only any of the hoods went well. The blindfold works well to hide the frenzied eyes. That's about it. Like, you can see that from a mile away. So, you know. It makes some armor sets look so fucking funny. It is bananas. Right, it's so close. This one kinda works the best. That's it. It works the best out of all of them. And it also gives us a plus to dex, which is why I've been like debating putting Keen on some of these things. Some of these things. Also, it means that this is still... now we have 25 dex. What do we do with 25 dex, my dudes? We double down and dig deep. We dig ourselves a hole that no one can know. I mean, it's 10% versus 0%. It's not nothing, but it isn't that bad. And for the extra benefits of making this a keen... Oh, never mind. We do have stir mode. There, now we're stir mode. I guess I should move these for ease, huh? There we go. Now those are in the most useful for me place. It's like, this is usually the same. This can change. This is the most likely to change. I didn't notice it didn't need to be stirred. Well, I guess if we're one-handing...
Alright, we've gotten everything we need. So now it's waiting time. And while I do that, I might as well tell you about some of the finer details of the run. First off, this stupid mushroom. So the wiki says it only takes 8 in-game hours to grow, right? Well, guess what? The wiki is wrong. Apparently it's based on RNG, with one user reporting waiting 24 hours
it's the most likely to change.
For it to grow, and still nothing. So, I lost about 30 minutes walking the halls, only to have to turn around and wait for the mushroom to grow further. Oh yeah, all the time multiplier things we mentioned, they only work when we are in our home. So anytime we're spending outside of our little cave home is suboptimal. But if you thought that was bad, I have worse news. I am officially an idiot. So, there's a point where you have to AFK for about 10 minutes, then answer a quick quiz to pass on. Well, at first I was using my turbo controller, essentially an auto clicker, to keep my controller from powering off and disconnecting, something that did happen quite a few times. But when doing this, it started the quiz, answered the first question right, then the second question wrong.
Not everything, but some things
can. A 10-minute time loss can be made up within a few minutes of IRL music grinding, so I wasn't worried. The real problem happened when I turned it off, but didn't read the quiz again. Instead, I assumed that the top box was still the correct answer, not realizing that the progress had been saved for my last answer. I did this not once, not twice, nor thrice, not quadrice, or quintice, but 6 entire times.
At B scaling.
And mind you, each time took another 10 minutes of waiting, and me frantically wondering what I was doing wrong. Was the game bugged? Was my turbo controller still firing? I tried using the touch screen, switching controllers, everything I could think of, and almost considered resetting the run. But at this point, I was 7 hours in and didn't feel like wasting an entire Saturday's worth of time, so I pressed on. And eventually realized that I was indeed an idiot, and fixed the problem with relative ease.
Quality
Hooray.
is
Other
so
than
close.
that, there was one pleasant surprise for me, actually. When researching the books of the game, I watched a YouTube video where they went through all the book's pages, but was surprised to realize that the page numbers I had were double.
Wild.
Well, no real problem, right? I mean, it probably just means I'll have to click through twice as many pages for the time skip, but
I guess
no.
King's pretty solid.
No, for some reason, the Switch version is just built to be faster. The books still skip 1 minute per page, but you just get twice the value when playing on Switch. And what's more is the never-ending notebook. In the PC version of the game, the notebook caps at 15,000 pages, which is easily the best book in the game, with more than 5 times the pages of every other book in the game combined. Well,
See,
the
this is
Switch version
fine.
caps at 30,000
But it's gonna be like A or
pages.
S where it pays off.
This single book can skip over 2 weeks of in-game time, a week more than the PC versions.
This would be better as quality?
TLDR, Switch version of The Longing is OP for speedrunning. Now, from here, the run should be simple. Just wait around AFK for many hours and profit. Except, I get bored easily. So, well, you know how I said only a crazy person would spend hours spamming the musical instrument? Well,
No.
maybe I'm not so sane after all.
I
And I'll
don't
be honest,
remember
it
that
wasn't even
at
that bad. By playing the music over
remember
and
it at
over
all.
and over and over again, I beat the game in 34 hours, instead of the 480 hours I originally thought it would take. So ultimately, if I were to do the run again for some crazy, wicked reason, I would skip all the passive stuff and just grab the instrument and play it till I won. If any of you are insane enough to try this run, there's a ton of time save available. But I'll be honest, I wouldn't recommend it. Instead, y'all should just tag Easy Speezy with this video and get him to do it instead. Also, a bonus thought experiment. If
Now
you were
that's
to
just
use a
based.
macro to constantly
And
play the
cute as
music,
shit.
you might be able to beat the game at insane speeds. Not only could you cut out every side objective from the passive time-passing route, but depending on the
I'm doing
mechanics,
bad.
you might be able to finish the game's 400-day ending faster than the other endings. Now, macros are specifically banned on the 400-day section of speedrun.com, but they are not banned for any percent. So theoretically, if the game was running at 60 FPS, and you had a macro that could play one music note every frame, you could get time moving at 150 in-game minutes per real-life second. This means that after grabbing the music pieces, which the any percent run does in less than 19 minutes, it would only take another 3,840 seconds to finish the game, or 64 minutes, for a total of
You have
1
poison
hour and
mushroom hat?
23 minutes for a full run.
And bleedy
The current world record for any percent finishes at 1 hour and 46 minutes. So if anyone watching knows how to use macros or tool-assisted speedruns, this could be a fun project. But I think I'm done for now. If you liked the video, please subscribe to the channel. I've got many other things planned, including a Yokai Watch 3 Nuzlocke, which will be
now.
coming out in
I
December.
regret that.
I'm super excited at all the channel growth that's happened in the last few months. It's seriously been amazing. So if you want to join, that would be amazing. We'd love to have you, and maybe leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it. That's all for me today. Adios.
We love you. You're awesome. I'll keep Lord Sworn. It's good enough. We'll keep Assassin's Gambit and Parry.
Hey, it's Lemon. welcome to the Backlogs. Hope you're doing well. It's been a pretty wild January so far.
I'll take it.
We've blown up entire chunks of Sanctuary with firebombs in Diablo 2, and I accidentally made the audience cry with Pikmin 1's yellow Pikmin only run. Sorry about that. This week, though, we're going to try something a bit more familiar.
That works.
Today, we're going to find out. Can you beat Demon Souls with only daggers? For those who aren't aware, I love
We didn't
daggers.
change anything.
They're light, have quick attacks, and tend to do incredible critical damage when you
Not
backstab
happening.
or riposte with them. And when it comes to the Souls series, there's not many games out there that do it better. And I think it's about time that we pushed our dagger run backwards in the series. Don't worry, I'll use daggers in the other games eventually. The year is young. Man, anyone else getting some major anime vibes right about now? Giant monster, small protagonist with only a knife as their weapon. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I know I've seen this before. Speaking of anime, today's video is brought to you by Persona 3 Reload. Is that a dagger in your hand? What? No, I would never. Do you have fond memories of playing the Persona series, but can't find your old PlayStation 2? Do you wish you could play it again, but maybe without the old school jank? Well, good news! Persona 3 Reload is launching on February 2nd and is now available for pre-order. Rebuilt with modern day graphics and quality of life features, you can return to the specialized extracurricular Dungeon Squad and relive the glory days of your high school youth. Go back to a time when streaming subscriptions weren't a thing, the hardest part of life was studying for your finals, and punching monsters in the face with your boxing gloves, and then summoning the wrath of God herself was just a normal Tuesday. Wait,
Oh, I
hold on a
can't do
minute.
things
I don't
with
remember
that.
doing anything
Never
like that when I
mind.
was in the boxing team. Ooh, everyone shut up, there's a crane game! Yeah. Explore a world where the ordinary and extraordinary mingle, where you must both be strategic in battle and strategic in life. You know what's even bigger, Yukari? My anxiety about all the tests I have tomorrow. I'm a high school student in a highly competitive society. I don't have time for— So, if you're interested in playing Persona 3 Reload, you can pre-order now, using the link in the description below. The game will be available on Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, Windows, Steam, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5, and will release on February 2nd. Huh, you know, maybe I should do a Persona challenge run at some point. That'd be a pretty wild ride. No, wait, not the face! Alrighty, let's get this party started. I select the Thief class, since it starts with the dagger, choose the Providential Ring as my starting gift, then begin the journey across the fog. We could have chosen the Wanderer class, since it too starts with a dagger, and even has
This
more
doesn't
dexterity.
take your speed
but the
away
Thief has more intelligence
or
and
any
magic
of your
stats,
turning.
which sounds unimportant, but trust me, it'll matter later. I
No,
unequip
check
my
it.
shield, since shields are not in fact daggers, then test out my
Right,
weapon's
that usually
moveset on one of the
pivots you.
vocals. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do nicely. The
This
dagger has a very
mitigates it.
quick moveset, and its swings are
This
wider than you
mitigates it.
think, letting you carve up more than one enemy at a time if they're standing close together. On top of that, one riposte from this thing is enough to kill an enemy outright, and the backstab damage is no slouch either. Good lord, those animations are juicy. We're gonna have fun today, I can tell already. The lack of a shield is a bit of a bummer, since that buckler would make parrying enemies even easier, but we have to make this run challenging somehow. And besides, we didn't use a shield in Dark Souls 1's dagger run, and YouTube is all about consistency, don't you know? In any case, I blow my way through the tutorial level, and encounter the
Sure,
first boss of the
it
run.
is.
Jiggle
You're not
physics. I mean the Vanguard Demon. This fight is pretty simple. Just stick behind the boss, and stab away at tree trunks here. The boss will start moving towards the walls or the entrance at some point during the fight, so pay attention to your positioning. And don't be afraid to step away from the fight. Better to take a break than to get forced into a corner trying to keep up the pressure. It takes a bit to get the job done, but not as long as you'd expect. And after only a few minutes of hacking the Vanguard to pieces, I send Jiggle Physics back to where it came from. So, you know, probably Fatal Fury too. Now, Demon Souls doesn't actually expect you to beat the Vanguard Demon, but if you do, you can collect a bunch of rewards. There's some upgrade materials, a bunch of poppable souls, and you can even get a piece of the Backlog brand armor. Doesn't exactly match my outfit at the moment, but wearing a helmet is important. Gotta keep all that soup sloshing around between my ears from spilling out. Whew, thank God I was wearing a helmet. That could have been bad. But don't worry, there's no rest for the wicked, and our demon slaying adventure has only just begun. Time to get to work. I put my helmet aside for now, briefly entertain the idea of upgrading my dagger before deciding against it, then make my way to 1-1, the Gates of Boletaria. Oh yeah, I always forget how squishy you are in the beginning of the Souls games. Thankfully, the starter enemies are too, and enemy poise in this game was pretty wonky. And by that I mean it didn't really exist for most enemy types. Which means, so long as we parry an enemy or hit them first, chances are we can burst them down to 0 health before they can react. Now, don't worry, this run isn't a complete cakewalk. Any enemies that are wearing armor are more than happy to consume my entire stamina bar before dying. So that's a problem worth considering. For now, I have to play on the safe side, darting in and out of combat as necessary. The
Feel I
armor
can
wouldn't be a
do
problem if I
this.
gave enemies a solid riposte, but it
feel
turns
I
out
can
that
wield
parrying
this
weapons
if I
with your bare
try
forearm is a
real
bit
hard.
harder than you'd think. But with the cling ring on one finger and the thief ring on the other, we're now a little bit tankier and stealthier
No.
than we were before.
I
No,
wish.
don't worry, Ostrava. I'll
I mean,
get
I
it.
can.
You just keep all that expensive magic weaponry over there
Yes, I
where it could be
could.
the most useful. Oh, and in case they don't have that in the royal court, we peasants call that sarcasm!
Accept this as a token of my gratitude.
Gee, thanks. A shiny
be
tube.
such a
How
wild
thoughtful.
swap.
I collect a few more upgrade materials around the map,
might merge
take
that
full
one.
advantage of Demon Souls' terrible enemy AI to sneak in as many backstabs as I can, then live up to my class's name and steal a fire resistance ring from a nearby dragon roost. Not even close.
Urgently
And with the
get that.
Boletarian gates finally opened, we can face off against the boss of the area, Phalanx. Considering the last two challenge
Yeah,
runs
we're
of this
golden.
game used unconventional weapons, I have a sneaking suspicion this fight is going to be wildly different than what I'm used to. Phalanx is very weak to fire damage, and it just so happens that I have some pine resin on hand. This ought to be good. Oh yeah, that'll do. But it's not perfect. If I don't have the right angle, my little dagger bounces off Phalanx's shield wall, doing minor damage to them, and more often than not, nearly fatal damage to me. Alright, time out. Let's reassess what's going on. I didn't really mean you, but sure, go ahead, I guess. First thing to note, two-handing my dagger keeps me from bouncing. That's incredibly important and lets me keep my DPS up nice and high. Second, one-handing my dagger has a faster moveset
no.
than two-handing. And while the base
Got all
damage
the
is
boss
smaller,
armor.
the extra attacks
We
I
can still do
squeeze in
upgrades.
really let the buff damage shine. So long as I have an elemental weakness I can exploit, and so long as the boss doesn't bounce my weapon, going absolutely ham on the R1 button is a perfectly legitimate strategy. 1-1 cleared. Moving right along. If you've watched my other Demon Souls runs, you know the drill. After every boss, we'll be throwing ourselves from the third-story staircase as a victory celebration to stay in soul form. Why? Because obtuse game mechanics, that's why. And because we'll definitely need pure white world tendency later in the run. But with Phalanx defeated, we can now level up, which means it's time to think about what kind of build we're going to use. There's plenty of ways to upgrade your weapons in Demon Souls. You can make them use fire, magic, poison, extra critical damage, you name it. But here's the thing, I don't think we need any of that. In fact, we don't even need to level up. Because we chose the Thief over the Wanderer class, we've actually got all the stats we need to pick up and use the next piece of my arsenal, Enchant Weapon.
Be careful how you use it. Normally, it would not be granted to one such as yourself. I had to make an exception. For the sake of Sage Freak.
Note to self, kill the wizard later. Oh, did I say that out loud? In any case, time to press forward into 1-2. Well, well, look who it is. Stuck, are we? Don't worry, I have a super useful tool that should help you out. Is it working yet? Oh, alright, fine, we'll help out Solaire 0.5. But I need to grab something first. There we are, our first catalyst. It may not look like much, but this wooden wand is actually one of the stronger catalysts in the game. At least for my purposes anyway. I hack and slash my way through the underbridge, save Ostrava for the second time, then scurry my way across the
Look at it
remaining
later.
bridges, avoiding dragonfire and crossbow bolts as I go. And before you know it, we're at the boss, the Tower Knight. I
I
start
want
with
it
his entourage
now.
of crossbowmen, collecting all the goodies they drop as I go.
It's
Whoa,
been a
hey,
hard
watch where you're
track.
shooting that thing. Then all we need to do is hack and slash at the Tower Knight's ankles to, oh my god, that's the worst damage I've ever seen. Well, good thing we thought ahead. The Tower Knight might not be weak to slashing damage, but he sure as hell is weak to magic. Coating our blade in blue lets us cut through his armor like hot butter, bringing him to the ground with ease. Which means we can then apply said blue to his body and face. And there goes his health bar. Absolutely melted. Wait, are you serious? Oh, looks like our man has 1 HP in a dream. No, wait, he was already dead. He just didn't know it yet. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lemon's gonna put all of his stats into dexterity and be a glass cannon again, isn't he? Well, surprisingly, no. Turns out, if I've done my homework properly, we've got pretty much all the dexterity we'll ever need for this build. Better to dump some points into health for now. I know, I'm scared too. But with that done, it's time to start gathering up all the tools we'll need for the rest of the run, starting in World 3-1. I slay all the mind flayers around the map, channeling all of my Baldur's Gate 3 anxiety into each and every backstab, collect all the keys hidden around the map, and free an entire room of prisoners
thought
from
it
their
was the
cell.
next level.
Excuse me, pardon me, make a path, and would you look at that, our endgame weapon, ripe for the taking. A whole whopping 5 points better than the dagger we already had. Be still my beating heart. And while the stat scaling will get better over time, it's also no better than the regular dagger in that regard either. Moveset is the same, crit damage is the same, and no special hidden
We
qualities
keep
that I'm
getting
aware
those
of.
from invasions,
Cool.
so
Cool.
fuck it.
That said, I just so happen to have a good number of upgrade materials, so we can at the very least boost our secret dagger
We're
up
being
to
a helpful
+4.
blue.
The rest of the upgrade materials can be found in World 2, so that's where we're headed.
You want to play? You've got to be.
FromSoft, you're not going pay to play on us, are you? Truly, this is the worst timeline. The miners in World 2 are all slash
6 of
resistant,
them.
but take heavy damage from piercing attacks, which is my way of saying that I backstabbed and parried anyone and
Fuck.
everyone that I came across. And after stealing all
good.
the upgrade materials from the verified bag holders, I visit the hidden blacksmith in the area and upgrade my weapon to +5, which puts my dagger damage at a whopping 105. Every little bit helps, but with nothing else here for me to collect, it's time for the boss of 2-1, the Armor Spider. I take advantage of the melee distance exploit we found last time, buff up my weapon, then watch as the boss's health bar disappears in large chunks. Not gonna lie, when you've got an actual weapon in this game, it becomes almost disappointingly easy. Demon Souls bosses only ever had about 5 moves each, and the balancing of this game is somehow worse than the Souls series, if you can believe it. Well, that's the Armored Spider dead in 2 cycles.
Easy.
I think the dagger might be overpowered. Wasn't expecting that. And to think, I was mentally preparing myself to have to resort to hyper mode and all sorts of other cheesy strategies. I mean, look at this. I just killed a skeleton with a dagger. That would never fly in Dark Souls. Well, might as well bulk up the build a bit more. I skip 4-1 in its entirety and grab the regen ring, then make a beeline for the boss, the Adjudicator. Unlike the last 2 times I've fought him, I'm gonna have to get in close this go around. But the fight itself is simple. Just wail on this metal chunk here, knock the poor boy over, then let your dagger do all the talking. And let me tell you, my dagger is a chatterbox. Another boss down in 2 cycles. And I didn't even use magic weapon for this one. The heck is going on?
I was being
well,
disturbed.
might as well lean into my advantage. I pump points into vitality and endurance, because more swings means more damage. Go to World 2-2 to do some crystal lizard farming for upgrade materials. Then test out my new endurance against the Great Club twins. We already knew that parries and backstabs were super effective against enemies, but as expected, our massive stamina bar, combined with the game's very poor implementation of poise, is basically an instant win button. We've created a monster. But our monster isn't done yet. I scour the rest of the level for any remaining upgrade materials I can find some swanky new clothes that I don't recognize from the original Demon Souls, but greatly appreciate due to the increased fire resistance, boost my dagger all the way up to +9, then decide that's probably enough, and face off against the brick wall of every run. The Flame Lurker. Hey buddy, how's it going? Do you like magic? Sure you do. Everybody likes magic. Now, it's not all fun and games. As per usual, Flame Lurker is annoying as hell, bouncing around the arena and causing damage just by moving around you. And despite me having over 20 vitality, wearing the most fireproof armor I have, and the flame resistance ring, his attacks still hit for about 1/3 of my entire health bar each time. But we've got a secret advantage. Remember that providential ring we started with? My thief comes out of the box with high item find as it is, and combined with that ring's increased item find, I made a point to farm some high-level healing herbs before coming to the fight. Which means, so long as I can sneak in a heal between the Flame Lurker's volleys, I can heal myself right back to full. And with one final push, that's all she wrote. The Flame Lurker goes back to whatever plane of hell it belongs to, and I get to push forward into my own personal one of my own making. After a little bit of research, I decide to put my souls into intelligence and magic,
something I just
boosting
keep
my
picking
magic
up that
weapon
I can
damage
yeet?
and giving me another spell
Magic
slot in the
weapon.
process.
Thank
Then
you.
make my way into the
I
final
need
level of World
6,000.
2
I can just go
and face
kill
off
things.
against the Dragon God.
Let's
It's
just
just
go
a
kill
puzzle gimmick,
things.
boss.
Let's get
How bad
people.
can it be?
We're finishing off base game stuff. That was painful and hard, and I did it for items. And I did things that I could do by walking around and not engaging. We're level 47. Just yikes. Just fucking yikes.
Alright, what the hell is going on? I don't remember this boss being hard. Did something change with the remake? I mean, I know you're supposed
We
to hide
shall
behind the
have all
pillars,
fair,
but it feels like the
mama.
boss notices me before I can even hit the second rubble
did
pile
this.
and
I
kills
didn't
me
do
every
this yet.
time. I even went out of my way to purchase the invisibility spell and throw on the thief ring in hopes that the dragon god wouldn't be able to see me. I mean, this works for the old hero boss, so surely it could work for this boss too, right? Yeah, no, wishful thinking, I'm afraid. Apparently, the dragon god can smell me from a mile away and knows exactly where I'm hiding. Add another body to the growing pile. To add to the confusion, the dragon god appears to have gotten a lot
We still
glitchier
have
than I
all of
remember
this
as well,
I wanna fuck
literally
with
plucking
again.
me up out of the arena with his big old grippers. Am I going crazy? I feel like I'm going crazy. It's this particular pile right here. I don't know why, but the run from it to the safe zone feels longer than it should be, and the dragon god always aggroes before I can get back, no matter what I try. I got stuck here for over an hour. An hour! This was supposed to be the easiest boss in the game. Why am I did all sorts of testing with the boss. Attacking less times, only moving when his head was looking the other way, everything I could think of. In the end, nothing worked. My only guess is that the combined problem of my weapon having basically zero range and very little raw damage is making it so that I can't clear the rubble in time. Or I'm just bad. That's always a possibility, I suppose. Eventually, after banging my head against the wall for another 30 minutes, I discovered the secret.
I'm not
if you
done
rush
with
in
our
and attack
little
the
quest
wall,
to keep
then
leveling.
run all the way back to the
I'm just
start of the
slowly
puzzle,
finding
his attack misses
what
you.
soul and memory
Turns out
levels
he has
I like
bad tracking
fucking
and doesn't follow you with his fist. He just punches the zone that you're
good old
supposed
jolly
to be hiding
PvP
behind.
at.
Has it always been like this? Am I dumb? Oh god, I'm dumb, aren't I? Well, it's a good thing I learned that little trick, because after an hour of being stuck on the same piece of rubble, I got greedy and instantly died to Dragonfire. Guess we get to test that theory again. But good news! Now, for no reason in particular, I can actually make it back to the column safely before the boss notices I'm there. Excuse me for a moment. Okay, I feel better now. Chances are, this was one of those times where I just needed to put the game down, do something else for a few hours, and come back to it with a fresh mindset. It's actually upsetting how often that works. Time to finish this travesty of a boss fight. Magic weapon up, Dragon God down. And with that, World 2 is cleared, and we've defeated our first Archdemon.
Rawr.
Which means we now have access to World 1-3 if we want it. Which I do. Which I very much do. You see, there's a special something something at the end of 1-3 that would make our
Steam
build
doing
even stronger
maintenance?
than it already is.
God damn
It might
it.
be hard to obtain, but we've got to try. But, you know, maybe try harder than that
God
guy
damn
did.
it.
The enemies here aren't overly difficult, and they all drop strong healing herbs, so even if this excursion doesn't work out, at least we're restocking on heals. Oh, hello there. You've certainly dumped plenty of points into intimidation. But can you fight an enemy you cannot see? Didn't think so. Come back when you're older, kid. I'll poke your eye out.
Wrong browser.
Huh. I guess even simple enemies can become deadly if put in the right combination and locations. But you know what? That's okay. There's actually a few items that I skipped over in my
Those are
excitement.
usually
And I
Tuesdays.
should probably level up a bit more before tackling 1-3 anyway. I grabbed the silver bracelets, which increase the amount of souls you get for every enemy killed, make my way over to the prison bridge to collect the clever rat's ring, which is always good to have in case things ever get desperate, and bump into Tier 3
we
Thomas
should be
over
fine.
here.
I won't cause you trouble. I won't.
Trouble already found you, my friend. Speaking of trouble, who's this joker? What do you think this is? You trying to beat me at my own game? Huh? Huh? Anywho, time to face off against a fool's idol. Yeah, I called her the false idol last time, I know. I was hours into a crossbow-only run. Cut me some slack. I take a moment to collect the second-to-last dagger in the game, the baby's nail, which is completely worthless, but fun to have. Then take the idol down to below half health before the fight has even officially begun. Well, if this fight is going to be that easy, I might as well test a theory that a bunch of comments mentioned last time. Apparently, you can tell if one of the idols floating around is a clone or not by locking on. If you see a health bar, it's a clone. And if you don't, it's the real deal. Which is helpful if you're
Does
up
this work
close,
on Crystal
but
Sages?
doesn't exactly work if the real idol is all the way across the arena and out of reach of your lock-on. At which point, you should probably just stick with watching which idol the minions worship, or which idol is shooting the biggest beams. But hey, more tools in the toolbox is never a bad thing. Good call, comment section. You get a gold star today. Oh hey, look, a live-action replay of what happens to my stomach when I eat dairy. Thanks, cheese demons. But before we press on, I've got some unfinished business to attend to. Come on, Frake. Sentence is over. Pack your things. I've got a job for you when you get out. Frake here is the advanced magic teacher for Demon Souls. And
I'm
while the
waiting for
base
it to
magic he
relaunch.
has doesn't exactly pique my interest, the spells you can get from giving him boss souls does. Which is the main reason I've been pushing through 1-3. Turns out, the Penetrator isn't just good for, you can use his soul
Hurting
for a
people?
spell is what I'm trying to say here. And after taking a short detour to save Ostrava from the local riffraff, I finally arrive at the boss. God, what I would do to get your armor.
no, I just said
I know
raw.
what I would
It's
have to do
armor.
to get your armor, and I wouldn't do that. But thankfully, between learning all the boss's
How are
moves
you?
for the crossbow only run and the extremely quick attack speed of my dagger, I think we've got this one in the bag. Am I over here? Or am I over here? Or am I... Okay, I might have overdid it with the rolling around. The second attempt goes much smoother. I take my time, attacking when I can, and dodging through his attacks as safely as possible. And wouldn't you know it, that's all there was to it. Penetrator defeated,
it's bright.
and Silver
It launched
Demon
again.
Soul acquired. Which means
Oh,
it's
it's
just
so
a quick
bright.
run back to Sage Frake for my new spell. Light Weapon.
Holy
it costs
shit.
50 mana to cast and 2 spell slots to
So
use,
bright.
but I've got both of those already, so we're in business. Laudamus Lucem. You and I are gonna do great and terrible things together. You know what? Why wait? I've got a bunch of poppable souls. Let's pop them and boost up that stamina.
Pop
I don't
'em.
need this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this. Oh, shit,
have
wait, I
this
actually
mood
did need that one.
sometimes.
Well,
I have that
balls.
mood a
That
lot.
sucks. I was supposed to give the Siri Demon Soul to the blacksmith so he can make me boss weapons. I don't really need the Morian blade this go around, but the Insanity Catalyst would have been a nice boost to my light weapon damage. Ah well, that's what I get for rushing. I mean,
This
it's
is
not
my
like we
mood a lot.
needed the extra damage, but it would have been a relatively easy way to get more. Not the end of the world, but still a bummer. You know what else is a bummer? I got a frickin' gargoyle crossbow on my first walkthrough of the map. Thank you, Demon Souls. No, really, super cool of you to give me that on the run where I don't need it anymore. I show off my poking stick to all the worshippers around 3-2, which in turn breaks the spell they were weaving and brings the Heart of Mensis crashing down. You know what I hate the most about this thing? Why does it have hands? I mean, look at them, they're all tiny and creepy. Why does it need hands? With the heart brought low, I can now access all the goodies it was hiding, which means I now have a Ring of Avarice, boosting my
We can
soul gain
finish.
even further,
Well,
and a golden mask.
We're not gonna
You know,
finish.
I've never used this
Like,
thing
we
before.
still are
Kinda
gonna
makes me
save
look like
our
a
state
superhero.
and
Stabby,
continue to
stabby,
fight
making the
people.
streets of Boletaria safe once more.
But
Anyway, back to serious matters. The
You
Man-Eater
know.
twins. I think we're gonna be fine.
we're still
I knocked the
faffing
first
about
Man-Eater down to half
seeing
health,
what
then
level
used
we
light
like
weapon to
dueling
finish
at
the
the
job
most.
before the second Man-Eater
No,
could join the fray.
disallowed.
Well, almost before.
I think
Close
any
enough as to not
is just
matter,
the way
really.
to go.
And with only one Man-Eater left to deal with, this fight's basically over. It's a man-eater, make you work hard, make you spend hard, make you want all of its souls. It's a man. Tasteful amounts of copyright infringement aside, we've got one more boss in World 3. The sentient piece of yellow fabric. Oh, and the red man beneath it. Him too, I guess. So yeah, time to face the weirdest build in Demon Souls. Wolverine claws, a helmet that completely blocks your screen if you try to wear it yourself, and magic homing missiles. Look, I get it's fun to try and break the meta when you're playing PvP, and that using wonky builds can be a breath of fresh air. But this ain't it, Chief. But with all of World 3 cleared in soul form, we now have pure white world tendency.
I want you
Who's
to
ready
be
for one of the
okay, you
most
silly
convoluted
goober.
treasure hunts in the game? First things first, we can unlock this door over by the soul mass enemy, then climb the stairs all the way to the second floor where oh, the door's locked. Don't I have all the keys already? Well, yes and no. Turns out, if you go to World 3-2 in pure white tendency, this little wooden platform
It's
is
really
here now,
sparse
which
for
means you
arena,
can ascend one
in
of the worshipper towers
contrast.
even higher. Get to the
Okay,
top of that,
being a
and you'll
happy,
find the
helpful
key to the
blue
cell block.
has
Excuse
worked
me, I need
really
another moment.
well at this level,
Okay,
right?
no
Like,
better. We go back
this
to the locked door,
worked
and now we can.
real
what the
fucking
fuck?
well.
Apparently, that key isn't for the
These
door.
have only
It's for
gone to
Rydell's
drive
cell.
me up a
And
wall.
now that he's free, I need to go
Anywho's,
back to
the blue
door,
cipher
which
ring.
is now open.
Y'all,
And no,
if
I
you
didn't get a
want
new
someone
key,
to show
it's
up,
just unlocked now.
crack
And if
the
you go to
white
the end of the
cipher
cell block,
ring.
you'll find Rydell's physical body.
Y'all,
and you can
be
tell it's
helpful,
him because he has
blues.
the phosphorescent pull weapon.
Just use
And
the
for
blue
reasons that I
cipher.
cannot fathom,
You're a
he
blue
has the keys to
sentinel.
the rest of
It's
the cells
fine.
on
Just
this
be a
block.
blue
So
sentinel.
lets me finally grab the
Why
Hearing
be
Dagger,
a
along
fucking
with the
blue
accompanying rope
fucking?
set. I didn't
Why
think I'd
be a
ever say
thingy
this,
of
but I
blue
think the quest lines in Dark Souls are
when you
actually more
can be the
straightforward
blue
than this.
sentinel?
But in any case,
Boo.
we now have a proper parry, and just in time, because the next
Um,
area is full of enemies that deserve a good riposte. That's right, it's time for Blight Town Alpha.
I have both my
God give me
permanent
strength.
items now.
Actually, in this case,
The bloody
God
and
grant
the
me dexterity
recusant
instead.
finger.
I think I could use that more.
Someone
just test out
can
the
get
parrying dagger
invaded
real
by
quick.
both a bloody and a bloody finger
work.
and a recusant,
I've never actually seen the
so they
rogue
can
outfit
have
before.
two invaders
What does it look like?
at a time.
It's got a cape.
I've had a lot of fun when there's like two invaders in a place and I'm one of them, or I'm like hanging out with them, because we all just kind of faff about and do PvE shit.
Not gonna lie, I feel like a frickin' hero with this outfit on. I think I have a new favorite armor set.
Met fun
Totally
people.
worth the near
Had a
mental
good time.
breakdown. Speaking of breakdowns, time
Okay.
to see how well I can dismember an entire legion of leeches. I'm sure it'll be fine. The walk down to the bottom of the arena got a little
Arena's
sticky,
been
but putting
sparser.
almost 30 points
It's
into
still
vitality
sparse.
seems to actually be helping.
This is why
And
we're
if we
gonna keep
combine that with the
leveling.
power of La Arma de
We're gonna
Luz,
fuck
as well
around
as
and
my
find
not
out.
insubstantial stamina bar, and you've got a Leechmonger fight that ends before it even began. Another 2-cycle boss. Seriously though, we've hit that point where I'm locked in. Dagger builds have always been my forte, but I've never felt so strong while using one before. This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't even have anything to say about that boss. It's just dead. Maybe this Joker will be enough to slow me down. Wait.
Joker,
I
where
just
is
hang out
she?
here.
Where is she?
Oh, she's right down there. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to yell at you. Hello, Estrella. I've come to save you.
Where is she?
But with World 5 completely cleared, there's only one more world to go. On to 4-2, where Tony's been hard at work making new friends. Lots and lots of new friends. No, we can't have that. I carved my way through each and every one of them, because a friend of Tony's is an enemy of mine. Hey, buddy.
Hey, meatbag. Woo, ouch, why? I'm dead.
Nothing to see in the run-up to the boss, if I'm being honest. So let's just skip right to the good stuff, is what I would say if there was any sort of challenge here to show you. But as those of you who aren't old heroes can see, the boss can easily be melted down. That is literally the fastest old hero fight I've ever had, bar none. Guess there's only one more boss in World 4 to go. The one and only boss I had any concerns about when plotting this run, the Storm King. Because as you might be able to tell, we've got a slight problem. He's a bit out of reach at the moment, and he won't come down unless you clear out most of his minions. So, for those of you in the audience who read my titles literally, there's your answer. No, you cannot beat Demon Souls with only daggers. Or any melee weapon, for that matter, aside from the Storm Ruler. But for those of us who aren't afraid of thinking outside the box, I ask you, what is a throwing knife if not a ranged dagger? Now, the damage throwing knives do is absolutely terrible. Easily a garbage tier consumable. And with this in mind, I decided to play around with the minion AI. And wouldn't you know it, I found something interesting. If you hit one of the Storm King minions with a throwing knife as they approach you, they'll not only stop their attack animations, but they'll also keep their same elevation level as they try to turn around and run. Which means, if you throw a knife or two at them while standing on the highest point of the arena, you just might find yourself within melee range. Not super useful, especially for the limited range I have with my dagger, but hey, new tech is new tech. And with enough minions killed, the Storm King finally comes into range. Time to see what these throwing knives can do. Yeah, no, that's not happening.
I
in this
like
lifetime.
curating
In
what the
desperation,
ad people
I
see
positioned myself up
sometimes.
as
It's
high as I could get
hilarious.
in hopes that I might be able to just hit the Storm King's tail. But no matter where I stood, it seemed to always be just out of reach. So close, but not close enough. I swear I've seen video proof of someone hitting the Storm King's tail before, but if I did, that was years ago, and for all I know, it was just a fever dream. If you had the same fever dream and know where to find that footage, please let me know. I swear it's real and can be done, but I can't find any mention of it online anywhere, and it's driving me nuts. As it stands though, it looks like we're gonna have to resort to throwing our daggers instead. And while the throwing knives do pitiful damage, the stealth throwing daggers are a different story. 30 damage. That sounds doable. Only one problem. The only way to get more of these things is by grinding out the assassin enemies in 1-3, and it's not exactly a common drop. Yeah, no, I'm too busy for that. So instead, I've got a different idea. I sprint through 3-1 to collect the copper key, then use it to save our new best friend, Blige. Once freed from his cage, Blige will meet us in 4-2, and looky here with the grave robber dragged in, poison-dipped kunai. Because what is the kunai if not a smaller throwable dagger? Now, the damage they deal is actually worse than the throwing knives, but hit a Storm King minion with 2, and you'll apply the poison status. Now don't get me wrong, poison in Demon Souls is a terrible status. There is a reason we never bothered to use the baby's nail earlier in the run.
There's
the
a
damage
reason
from
I like
poison is so
bleeding
slow
in
and
Elden.
small that you'd probably kill a normal enemy with regular damage before the poison could do much of anything. But in a world where our options are either grind for hours or sit patiently for minutes, I'll take the latter. Because while it's terribly slow, it does work. Eventually. And now the final question. Can the Storm King be poisoned? Well, if you hit him with 4 or 5 kunai, surprisingly, the answer is yes. Yes, he can. And now we just have to sit and wait for him to keel over. We might be here a while. In the interest of speeding up the process, I threw some throwing knives at him every time he passed overhead, which didn't do a whole lot, but it did enough. And after a few minutes of patiently throwing knives into the eye of the storm, we've done it. Storm King defeated and World 4 complete, which means we've only got one more boss to go. Side note, for those of you who know how to have fun and stuck around to see the rest of the video despite it technically failing, got a little tidbit for you. You know how people are always complaining that they don't like the new art style of the Demon Souls remake? Next time they complain about it, ask them if they realize they can change it back. If you go into the camera options, you can change the filter, and then set it so that it persists in-game, not just during camera mode. That should shut them up for a bit. You're welcome. Time for the final level, 1-4, the King's Tower. Our first obstacle is the King's Guard, who are an absolute hassle if you try to take them all on at the same time, but nothing worth thinking too long about if you can get them alone. Just hack down the swordsman, backstab the guardian, and get in close to finish off the archer. After that, it's just a casual stroll past the blue dragon, and you're inside the palace proper. Oh hey, it's Astrava. What are you doing here, buddy? Turns out, Astrava wants us to go back to 1-1 to go get a sword to fight the king. Astrava, this is a dagger run, I can't use that. Oh great, he took that personally. Now he's pouting. Oh, for the love of... Seriously? You're that mad about it? I can't use swords! Sheesh, some people. Oh, come on! Well, I guess we might as well see what he was going on about. The run's almost over anyway.
Thou who seekest the king's sword. I am the old king. Show me thy strength and the power of thy souls.
Oh, no, I'm just visiting. What, you're mad now too? What is with everyone who uses a sword being so sensitive today? Ooh, baby, you've got a lot of health. But it's okay. After wailing on him for a little bit, old King Doran decides that I'm worthy to take the sword and use it against the king. I mean, I'll take the sword, but I'm not going to use it. I'm pretty sure I made that abundantly clear earlier. Now, you can fight Doran if you want to, but there's not really a point. He's just a dude with a sword, and easy enough to defeat. The only thing he drops if you kill him is a ring that boosts stamina regeneration, which I don't need, and his armor set, which I can't wear. So, yeah. Let's move on. On to the second to last boss in the game. Old King Allant. Surely, this will be... Oh, wait, no. He's a pushover. Just turn on light weapon, put your dagger in 1 or 2 hands, and just go to town. There was a brief moment where I was worried, but a single stamina bar of panicked attacks was enough to finish him off. Long live the king? But with Old King Allant defeated, the path to the Old One is clear. And with one final leap, it's time to finish the run. Hello, old sport. You're looking verdant as always. Well, everyone, it's been a wild ride, but every journey comes to an end, and this one is no different. I find the true King Allant in all of his warped glory, turn on my knife light, then show him my daggers will always be superior to swords. The future is now, old man. And there you have it. Demon Souls beaten with only a dagger. And a few throwing knives. That was way easier than I anticipated. Ah, shit, I put my controller down too hard. Oh, hey, a trophy. Well, I guess that's one way to end a run. Not very heroic of me, but oh god, stop, she's already dead! Let that be a lesson, I guess. Pursuing the soul arts can turn even the strongest hero to chaotic evil. And so can setting down your controller. But in any case, that's that. Thanks for watching. I've been having a great time revisiting this game, so if you've got any other Demon Souls challenge runs you'd like to see, feel free to leave your suggestions in the comments down below, and I'll see what I can do. But other than that, that's all I've got. Take care of yourselves, be good to one another, and I'll see you all again soon.
Let's go get owned. I was running to go get an item. I ran my ass off. I would get rocked if I got tapped. At least I'm remembering the level 1 run where I would get rocked if I got tapped. And that shit was rough.
Hey, it's Lemon.
It.
Welcome to the Backlogs. Did you get that PS5 you wanted?
Ooh.
You did? Well, it's about time. I made that joke like 2 years ago. No, don't go looking for that video. It's terrible. Don't watch it. Well, it just so happens I also finally got a PS5. No. And to celebrate that fact, and definitely not just for tax purposes, I figured we could go back to the game that started it all. No, not Kingsfield. That game scares me. Today, we're gonna find out. Can you beat Demon Souls with only crossbows? So while I make a terrible joke on screen, let's talk about Demon Souls. The original version of the game came out in 2009, 2 years before Dark Souls. And in typical FromSoft fashion, this game is essentially the root of a lot of cool moments from the Dark Souls series. Something I'm sure anyone who's familiar with the series will notice immediately. This game is also the most imbalanced mess of the entire series, with things like magic just outright demolishing everything in its path. You thought magic was easy mode in Dark Souls? Oh, you sweet summer child, you have no idea. But unfortunately for us, there won't be any of that nonsense today. At least, not initially. But I'm sure there's plenty of bad math that we can take full advantage of elsewhere in the game. And with our character fully made, it's time to enter the world of Boletaria. For those unfamiliar with the story, I'll give you the spark notes. A colorless fog has been rolling across the land, cutting off entire civilizations from the rest of the world. Inside the fog are powerful demons, who grow stronger with every human soul they take. Naturally, humanity at large realized they could reverse the process and become powerful themselves if they took a demon soul, which led entire nations to attack the demons in return.
It really
did not go well. And that's where we come in, at the end of all things. Humanity is losing the war, and we've been sent out into the fog seeking help, fortune, or both. Considering our character isn't able to use anything except a crossbow, these are desperate times indeed. Except it appears someone forgot to give me a crossbow. I have 20 bolts for some reason, but not the weapon itself. So that's cool. Well, I guess we better find ourselves a crossbow then. I disrobe from the waist up to give myself the fastest movement and dodge speed possible. run around the tutorial map looting all the
Valid.
bodies for healing items, and in general, just get used to the kind of playstyle this build is going to require. Running away and screaming past anything and everything, putting that military training to good use. Eventually, I reached the tutorial boss, the Vanguard Demon.
Valid.
Wow, someone got a glow up since 2009. I'd just like to give a quick round of applause to Bluepoint for all the hard work they put into modifying. Well, there's nothing we can do about this boss today. Might as well sit down and take our lumps. A fine start. But it wouldn't be a Souls game if they let us off the hook that easily. Our suffering has only just begun. Get pumped. So, with our soul trapped for eternity in the Nexus, it's time to get to work. Unlike Dark Souls, Demon Souls has very specific levels split into 5 different worlds. Each world has 3 or 4 individual levels, and it's up to us to clear each one. At the moment, we can only access 1-1. As good a place to start as any. Time to get our miles in. I make sure to grab all the goodies I can get my grubby little hands on, ranging from healing herbs, which are this game's version of Estus, to loose souls, which work exactly the same as Dark Souls. Thankfully, it's really not that hard to outmaneuver the enemies in this game, so I'm able to run past everything in the beginning of the level with ease. And for the few times I can't, rolling into enemies actually nudges them out of the way, so we've got that going for us. Hey look, another Dark Souls repeat. Hi Boulder! Still as effective as ever, I see. Man, sure am glad that Demon Souls cuts your health bar in half when you're not in human form. It makes the game so much more fun. That's sarcasm, by the way. That is one thing I appreciate about the Souls series as a whole. Each game, you can see them slowly figuring out what mechanics work and fine-tuning it as it goes, which is probably why so many people swear by Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. They're definitely the most polished of the 5. In any case, after unlocking the shortcut to the top of the castle walls, I get one of the best rings in the game for anyone who plays like I do, the Cling Ring, which, when worn, boosts your health to 75% of your human form rather than 50. That's better, much better, let's go. And since we're here, we might as well grab another ring that'll help with all the running and screaming we'll be doing. The Thief Ring, which reduces the aggro range of enemies. Very useful. But while our ability to dodge and ignore enemies is taken care of, we still don't have a way to fight back. Luckily for us though, there are 2 places you can get the first crossbow of the run. You can buy it from the Dredling Merchant here for 2,000 souls, or you can roll off this ledge here and pick it up for free, which is what I did, though I didn't record it for some reason. Holiday brain, I guess. My bad. In any case, with a crossbow now officially in our pockets, we just need a way to get more bolts. And would you looky at what we have here? Free souls, just ripe for the taking. It's not a whole lot, only about 112 per run, but the enemies sometimes drop health items as well, so it's worth the trip. We also have our favorite Dark Souls 1 grinding spot available to us as well. Papa Dragon and the roughly 300 souls he provides. Combine that with some risky item grabbing around the Dragon's Roost, and we've got more than enough souls to stock up on ammunition. And after sending all the unnecessary items I have in my bag back to the Nexus, God, what a great quality of life change, and buying as many wooden bolts as I can at the low price of 10 souls each, it's time to face the first boss of the run, Phalanx. This boss is every Demon Souls challenge runner's nightmare, mostly because it doesn't play nice with the beginning of any run. The boss itself consists of dozens of shielded minions, all protecting the gooey center mass hiding beneath. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. Well, I mean, that's not terrible damage, but holy God in heaven that reload time. It takes 2 bolts and proper positioning to kill the minions, and even then it feels like I'm taking hits every time I fire my crossbow. This is awful. In an effort to minimize damage, I did the unthinkable and put my armor back on, then tried using the crossbow two-handed. It may just be copious amounts of cope talking here, but I think the reload speed is faster? Maybe? Nah, who knows. In any case, this is the fight in a nutshell. Run around the boss trying to lure out the minions,
It was worth
try to
getting
find a
them.
safe moment to kill said minions without taking any damage, repeat ad nauseum.
Especially 'cause
While
it's a
not
really good
overly challenging,
distracting
I
tool
will say one thing about
for
this fight.
luring and
It taught
shit.
me a lot about my weapon of choice. For one thing, the free aim on this thing is atrocious. I have no idea where I'm actually aiming, as it doesn't seem to be based on where I'm pointing the camera. It's usable up close, but that kind of defeats the purpose. So yeah, that's going to take some time to figure out. The other thing I've learned is that there really isn't that much to this weapon. It only has 1 attack, no special moves whatsoever. It also has 0 scaling, so no amount of leveling up is going to improve the damage. At least this boss gave me upgrade materials. That'll help later. Well, it took over 10 minutes and over 100 bolts, but I've finally removed all the minions. It's just you and me now, big guy. And with the final round of bolts to face, Phalanx melts into nothing, giving me my first demon soul and returning my humanity. Oh hey, more upgrade materials. Don't mind if I do. Back to the Nexus, where I need to do 2 things immediately before I forget. The first thing I need to do is throw myself off the nearest staircase. What do you mean, why? This is the backlogs, you should know better than ask questions at this point. And the second thing we need to do is upgrade our... Wait a minute. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. So, fun fact, did you know you can't upgrade crossbows in Demon Souls? Yeah, me either! The only way to increase the crossbow damage is to get better bolts. Thankfully, the blacksmith in the Nexus sells the next version for 30 souls each. It's a bit pricey, 3 times the cost for an extra 10 damage each shot. Insert oof sound effect here. Well, should have known this would be another healthy boy run. All my souls will be going into health, stamina, and ammunition from here on out. Guess we don't need to worry about upgrade materials though. That's something at least. But with 1-1 cleared, the rest of the worlds are now open, which means we can start crafting our build. First things first, let's make a stop in 3-1, the Prison of Hope. This place is a maze, with several keys to collect and lots of mind flayers to hug. But, despite the mental anguish, there's actually some really good items lying around. We've got a black leather set, which will absolutely come in handy, and after several minutes of running in circles, the prize I was searching for, the heavy crossbow. This crossbow is essentially the one and only upgrade we're going to get weapon-wise. 15 extra damage. My excitement knows no bounds. For those of you screaming at your screen right now, yes, I know, there's a third crossbow in the game. The Gargoyle crossbow.
Oh
which
my
does a whopping
gosh.
25 damage less than the one I have. There is an argument to be made about using it. It's lighter, has longer range, it does magic and physical damage,
Reminds me
and
of these.
gods above it has stat scaling. But someone's already done the math for us. And if we somehow grinded out the 3 enemies in this game that drop it, with a crossbow no less, and then proceeded to max out our magic to 99, it would do a grand total of 40 physical and 40 magic damage. So unless we're completely stuck and have no other choice, I think I'm good. Besides, there's better ways to increase our damage than grinding out a slightly better crossbow. Okay, now the game's just making fun of me. After dodging my way past this game's version of the Avalyn, I prove once again that the Avalyn is actually a trash tier weapon, and disable it for good. After that, it's just a quick jaunt down the road it was protecting, and we've got one of the most important rings of the run, the Clever Rat
It's
Ring.
not trash.
This ring is
when you
essentially the
put
Demon Souls version of the Red Tearstone ring. When your health is below 30%,
exploding
player's
bolts
damage
on,
is
or
increased
exploding
by 50%.
arrows. Wait.
Who needs upgrades, am I
Yeah,
right?
put
I head
explodies
upstairs
over
to deal with the boss's
lightningies.
most avid
It's quite
supporter.
lovely.
Dude, she doesn't even know you exist. You need to calm down with those tier 3 subs, my man. Then head to the boss proper, the False Idol. Right, let's see what we're working with this time. 62 damage, huh?
I
Okay,
updated
can
this
manage that.
too. I
This
wasn't
fight
in
is
the
simple
mood.
enough. Just find the idol that shoots
I've
the
never
biggest
been in
magic
the
blast
mood
your
to not
way,
update it
then
for
pump
this.
3 bolts into her. Rinse and repeat. You can also tell which is the proper idol
Okay,
by
Vess,
watching her
you said go
subscribers.
stand in
They
the
only worship
lava?
the real one.
No, check
it takes
it,
a bit to
bitch.
get the job done, but after a few minutes of dodging behind pillars, we've done it.
I'm
False
fairly
idol down,
certain it hurts
another
enough.
demon soul collected. Now we just need to wait, what is that?
Cheese!
Oh God, wait, stop!
Never
I can't
mind,
do
it
this bit
doesn't.
anymore. I'm starting to get lactose intolerant.
I had
from all
both
this air.
talismans that take away my defense on before.
God, my old man bones. I'm getting too old for this. In any case, I head back to the
Never
Nexus,
mind.
level up my vitality a bit in an attempt to get some of my youth back, spend the rest of my souls to restock on bolts, then throw myself off the staircase again to get back into soul form. You know, considering we're going to be doing this a lot, I should probably explain why. Nah, this is YouTube. No one cares about behind-the-scenes strategies.
I don't like
okay,
this
message
poise
received.
breaking
I'll
or the
explain.
stance
Shoosh.
breaking.
In Demon Souls, there's this thing called World Tendency. You've got pure white, pure black, and several stages in between. At pure white tendency, the enemies have less health, do less damage, and have less defense, but drop less souls and items. At pure black tendency, enemies have more health, attack, and defense, but drop more loot and more souls. Other things happen too, like specific enemies and NPCs appearing, or new areas of each level unlocking, which is mostly unimportant.
I'm just giving
for this
myself
run, aside
regen.
from one
I think
item
I can
that we'll be getting
out-regen
later.
this.
Killing bosses pushes the world into white tendency, while dying in human form pushes the world into the black. So, in order to unlock an important item and simultaneously make the game slightly easier for ourselves, I've been throwing myself to my death in the Nexus to guarantee that we never die in human form. And thus we can reach pure white world tendency in every world by simply beating the bosses like we normally would. There, are you happy now? What do you mean, no? Overly complicated mechanics aside, let's get back to the things that everyone can understand. By rolling over this here ledge, I can skip most of 4-1 and collect the Regenerator's Ring, which lets me
I don't
regenerate
like
health
this.
at a rapid rate.
It's constantly
then, with a little
knocking
more
me.
running and screaming, I dodge past the dual blade Tonys to grab the Adjudicator's shield, which also heals me at a rapid rate. And with these 2 items nabbed, we can push ahead to the boss, the Adjudicator. Oh hey, we were just talking about you. As you can see, the regen effects in Demon Souls are no joke. We've got 20-something vitality, and our health is still noticeably increasing each second. Combine this with the fact that we can absolutely cheese this boss like no other, and you've got one of the easiest boss fights in the game. No dodging
is
machetes or
impossible
wailing
to
on
crit
gory
this,
wounds for
man.
me, thank you. I'll take my Demon
It's not
Soul to go.
impossible.
A few
This
more
is
levels
just
into vitality,
actually
another
bullshit.
restock of ammunition, and another leap of faith off the roof of the Nexus. All in a day's work. But with all of that taken care of, we're moving on to 4-2. Because
Can
there's
you
someone
stop?
here who I very much want to meet.
I kind of like it,
Let's
but
see,
can you
he's supposed to
stop?
be around here somewhere. Well, at least my old man bones are powder now. That's cool, I guess. Down here in the pit, we have an invader to deal with, and also an item that's just out of our reach.
Why?
Nothing we can do about the item
I'm out
at
of
the moment,
flask.
but clearing the invader sounds
Because of the
doable.
environment.
Well, it looks like he has two modes.
I know I could buff
He's either
against
lore
fire.
walking at me and just taking
Fuck
my
off.
bolts on the chin, or he's sprinting towards me and dodging all of my attacks. He bounces back and forth between the two, so as long as I play keep away until he goes back into the lore walk mode, he's an easy kill.
Fuck it.
And once that's over with, we can go give Patches a piece of our mind. You know, I'm not really sure how I feel at the moment. Can't tell if those facial animations are amazing or awful. Probably a mixture of the two. In any case, after talking with Patches, he relocates back to the Nexus, where he now sells the next upgrade of crossbow bolts. Heavy bolts. 40 souls each, but an increase of 15 damage, getting stronger all the time. Let's mix things up a bit and head to World 2-1. We're at the point where getting souls for ammunition and more health should be our main focus, so it's in our best interest to clear out a few of the easier bosses. The boss of 2-1, the Armor Spider, is super simple if you know what to do. There used to be a hiding spot you could tuck away in, but Bluepoint patched it out. However, I've discovered a new one. Funnily enough, it's right in front of the boss. If you stand just out of range of its melee attacks, you can just pump round after round into the boss while it attempts to melee attack you. The only time you ever need to stop is when it's doing its flaming oil attack, but simply run back to the end of the tunnel and you'll be fine. After that, you just need to dodge the incoming webs and fireballs to get back into position, then go back to peppering it with bolts. And there you go. On to the next one. Back to World 1. Nothing really to see here. Just let the dragon do most of the work and run past anything that isn't burnt to a crisp. Simple enough. And with that done, it's time for the Iron Golem. I mean the Tower Knight. What's this? A bunch of minion enemies spitting damage from above the arena? Now where have I seen this before? I clear out all of the inferior crossbows around the map, then wiggle my way in between the Tower Knight's legs to throw down the pain. Uh-oh. Oh, right.
I should just
I'm a range
outregen
build.
him.
I don't have to shoot
I need
his
a
ankles.
shield.
Well, that's a bit better.
I'm
Between
gonna
the
go
Tower
get a
Knight's slow
specific
attack
shield.
speed and the fact that I can hit him from pretty much anywhere,
shit.
this fight won't take long.
I was
In
not
fact,
able to
it's
strength
actually
wield
easier than
these since I
anticipated.
swapped.
There's no difference in damage between
That's
shooting the knight's
bananas.
head or its body, which means you don't have to wait for any particular animations.
I'll swap
Just
with
get
this.
behind him and shoot him in the back over and over again.
It's more
Because
than
that's what
worth it.
heroes do. Another
We'll see
first
if we
try.
can get away
Who would
with
have thought
this,
that a
'cause
weapon
it's
that
kind
has
of
0
not a
upgrades or
lot.
stat scaling could take down bosses so easily? In all
Oh, it
honesty,
is kind
the
of
hardest
a
part
lot.
of this game so far has been getting
Watch
to the
me
bosses.
not care.
The run between bosses and Demon Souls is brutal in comparison to the other games. No intermediate bonfires for you. You've got to run through the entire level. Every single time. Some levels
This
have
shit
shortcuts,
is
but not all of
bananas.
them, which means it's another 5 minutes of running and dodging every time we die.
you.
So with that in mind,
do
let's
fire
first try
so
the old hero,
easily.
yeah? The old hero is blind, so he can't lock onto us unless we're making noise. A fact that I am more than happy to exploit. Wow, okay,
should've
that's a bit more of a
swapped
damage drop-off than I was expecting.
to, like, a
Might as well
better
make this
balance
fight
of
completely
shit.
tilted in
Can I
our
still
favor.
wield this?
I throw on the Thief
Okay,
Ring
cool.
to make it even harder for the old hero to find us, then just plink him down from afar. It's very ammunition
Bless
intensive and takes forever, but you can't deny the results. First try old hero. Good enough for me. But with the old hero defeated, we finally reached the first archdemon of the run, the Storm King. God, I love this boss so much. This thing is Lovecraftian as hell. Combine that with the new graphics and the new soundtrack and sound effects, and this boss fight is my absolute favorite moment of anything FromSoft has made. I make my way to the dilapidated house in the middle of the arena, then use its relative safety to take cover from all the ranged attacks heading my way, while simultaneously bringing down as many of the minions as I can. So long as you catch them before they can fully charge their attacks, there's no issue with this part of the fight. However, once we've killed enough of its children, the Storm King itself notices us. And if this moment doesn't drop your jaw, nothing will. Headphone users rejoice.
drops
This
my
is some of
jaw.
the best sound design I've
Except
ever
a good
heard in gaming.
uppercut. This is why I had to get the veteran set.
If that combination of visual and sound doesn't make you shiver, I don't know how to reach you. I mean, look at the size of this thing. And the sounds it makes? Perfection. Couldn't get more atmospheric if it tried. As far as the boss's challenge goes, there's nothing to it. Just remove the minions, hide in the house to dodge the incoming range attacks, and empty as many bolts as you can into it each time it passes over you. And with that, that's World 4 entirely cleared and our first Archdemon soul collected. Hell of a good start. I pumped my newly gotten souls into endurance so I could start to wear some heavier armor, restock on ammunition, then head back to World 4-2. Why? Because after killing all 3 bosses, the world is now in pure white tendency. And because of that, the item on top of the stalagmite has fallen within reach. Behold, the magic sword Makoto. Obviously, we can't actually use the thing, but we can use its special effect. By simply holding the sword, our health will begin to deteriorate. Why does that help us, you ask? Oh, you'll see. And what better way to show you than the boss of 2-2, the Flame Lurker. I've always hated this boss. He moves too fast, hits too hard, and is overall just a complete pain to fight unless you've got the right build. And judging by that damage, the right build probably doesn't involve a crossbow. Yeah, no, this isn't gonna work. Time to use the Makoto. By putting on the Clever Rat's ring and holding onto the Makoto, we now have the easiest method of setting up for the Demon Souls version of Hyper Mode. Simply let your health tick down to 30%, activate the Clever Rat ring, and watch as your damage goes from 32 to 88. That's not 50% more damage. I mean, I'm not complaining, I'm just confused.
I'm gonna go to bed
My only
soon.
guess is that the game is multiplying not only the crossbow's damage by 50%, but also the individual bolt's damage as well. Works for me. What doesn't work for me is how terrible the crossbow's aim is. Unless the Flame Lurker is standing absolutely still, this stupid thing can't seem to hit it. Combine that with the fact that parts of the floor are lava and set you on fire, and the fact that you only get 2 hits before death, and we're in for a bad time. By the way, that 2-hit rule only applies if the Flame Lurker hits you with his weakest attacks. Every other attack of his is a one-shot, so that's fun. You know how everyone has that one boss in every Dark Souls game that just gives them an unreasonable amount of trouble? This is mine. I must have died here dozens of times. The boss is just too jumpy and weird for me to time my shots right. Combine that with an exhausting run back to the boss that inevitably keeps ending in me dying from a single attack, and yeah, I have regrets. Yeah, no, that's enough of that. Let's do something else. I know, let's go to Blight Town. That sounds much better. Imagine, if you will, Blight Town without
I know
shortcuts.
it's silly, but let me
Then,
cook.
imagine there's 2 entire levels of it. Then, imagine that everything around you does massive damage and loves to trap you between 2 groups of enemies. You know what I hate the most? My favorite
Not
builds
that.
are Paladin builds, and the only way to get a halfway decent holy build going in Demon Souls is to clear this world with a fine-tooth comb. Thanks, Demon Souls. Thankfully, we don't need to
This
do that
shit
this go around,
is
but I did
bananas.
pick up a Blessed Mace plus 1, which has more health regeneration
Fuck
effects.
you.
Combined with my other 3 health regen items, and healing herbs are no longer a necessity outside of emergencies. In any case, after realizing there was no way to sprint
just
my way
want
through the
this
level, I
sitting
plinked
on
my way
cold.
through 5-1,
Just
and
waiting.
after having used far more bolts than I'd like,
I barely
we arrived at
reached
the
for it.
boss, the Leechmonger. No idea why it's called that. Must be a high school nickname or something. So, good news, bad news. The good news is that we can more or less cheese the Leechmonger from above. The bad news is that it can fight back, and
I don't have
regenerates its
poison.
health at a pretty rapid
Oh, shit.
rate. Guess it's time for hyper mode. The damage is fantastic, but we have to play it safe.
Okay.
1 hit from those counterattacks, and we're toast. The damage we're doing isn't enough to fully counteract the health regen the Leechmonger has, but thankfully it can't just regenerate health forever, and has to take a break every now and again. And after keeping up the pressure and getting a little greedier than I should have, it's over. Leechmonger down, 1 more level of Blight Town to go. If you can believe it, this level is somehow worse than the first. Thank you, Demon Souls! Thankfully, years of playing through the original version of the game has taught me a number of tips and tricks, and
Just
this level
yes.
is no different. Rather than trying to fight your way through all the enemies and muck, just hug the right
gosh,
wall of the level.
sure.
No, really, that's it. The game puts all sorts of difficult enemies on the main path, assuming you'll avoid walking through the poison at all costs. But with all the regeneration items we've got, the Poison Swamp is actually preferable. Combine that with the Thief Ring, and we've got an easy walk to the Boss Fog. Which means it's time for the Dirty Colossus. This fight
We're
sucks.
PvEing it.
I'm
We're
not sure what's
fine.
going on here, but I don't remember
can
it
do
ever
weird
being this
shit.
hard. Might just be the fact that we're using a crossbow. This boss is definitely easier to fight if you're using melee. Getting hit with its range attacks is a recipe for disaster, since you get covered in biting flies that can only be removed by either waiting it out or throwing yourself into some fire around the arena. Or we can just not get hit. Yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, I remember why I hate this boss now. You can bait and predict the flies it shoots out of its
I
arm.
did grab
But this
this.
Jack Skeleton motherfucker here just randomly shoots flies at you with
Heart
zero
bow
predictability.
is my favorite bow.
I guess even Bluepoint didn't know what to do with it. There's not an animation or anything. In any case, it took a bit to figure out, but eventually I developed what could loosely be called a strategy. Essentially, through the tried and true method of trial and error, I eventually figured out how long you have between attacks before it fires again. It
is
feels
this?
random because it's on a
Nothing?
different timer
Nothing?
than the Colossus's other attacks, but it's the same every time. It took forever, since I wasn't willing to risk it for the biscuit by going into hyper mode, but after keeping a steady count in my head for upwards of 10 minutes, the Dirty Colossus finally crumples. Which means there's only one more boss in this world left to go, Maiden Astraea and her loyal servant Garl Vinland. My first attempt, I decided I'd be clever and race to the bottom to see if I could just kill Estrella before Vinland got down there. The game predicted me on that one though. Between Garl flattening me like a pancake and the toxic swamp giving me not only the plague, but also taking away my ability to roll, I think we're gonna need a different strategy here. I took a quick break to explore World 3-2, loosening up the chains that kept the brain of Mensis hanging, and sent it plummeting back to the cold hard earth. And I have regrets. After that, I gave the boss of the level a try, the Man-Eater. Once again, it looks like our complete lack of damage is going to be a problem. This fight has always been, how
Bleeding
do you
and
say,
poison.
wonky. I'm not sure why they thought designing a boss around its ability to
bleeding
fly
and
was a good
poison.
idea when they clearly struggle with creating an AI that
And
can handle
fire.
it. But either way, it's safe to say that this fight ain't happening. My damage is too low,
Those
and
go
fighting two
funny
janky
together.
bosses at the same time is completely out of the question. Even with the clever rat ring, I'm probably out of my depths. The Man-Eater's damage is just too high, and getting one shot is not my idea of a good time. So, with that in mind, it's time for an upgrade. Back
They're
at
immune to
3-1,
poison.
there's
I
a
forgot.
noblewoman who sells the final upgrade of bolts. They cost 100 souls each, but do 80 damage.
But they
Not
still
exactly
bleed.
an even trade, but we gotta do what we gotta do. Unfortunately, an extra 15 damage isn't exactly going to be enough to push us through the last half of the
Damn,
game.
bro.
There's one more method of increasing our damage that I know, and I mean really increasing our damage. But wouldn't you know it, it's locked behind the Flame Lurker. And despite having better health, defense, and damage now, this fight hasn't gotten any easier. So, rather than trying to force it with the clever rat ring, I do what I do best. I weaponize my patience. Dozens of bolts, several healing herbs, constant regeneration. It's an ugly fight, and not one that I'm proud of. But, as per usual, it always seems impossible until it is done. And after 10 minutes of imperfect dodges and over 100 of the most expensive bolts in the game, the Flame Lurker finally goes down, and the run can continue. But first, a detour. I take a moment to talk to the blacksmith
Oh my gosh,
and begin
we
upgrading
landed
a
it
short
all.
sword that I've got in my inventory. I don't have enough upgrade materials to get it past +3, so I head back to 2-2 to grind out crystal lizards, heading to the nest for maximum profits. The crossbow isn't great at killing lizards, but it gets the job done. And after a few rounds of mowing down helpless
Poison and
reptiles,
bleeding fire.
finally got enough large hardstone shards. I buy the
Holy
last
shit.
few hardstone shards I need from the NPC hiding in 2-2, then do even more crystal lizard grinding to get a few hardstone chunks, which lets me get my short sword to +8, and after giving the Flame Lurker's soul to the blacksmith in 2-1, I
These are
transmute
so
my
long.
short sword into the Morian blade. Why? Because this sword acts like a second red tearstone ring. And yes, it stacks with the clever rat ring. But before we can see what that looks like, let's see if we can't get rid of the last boss in World 2, yeah? The Dragon God is a puzzle boss, though I would definitely use the term puzzle loosely in this case. You're supposed to hide behind pillars while also trying to break through rubble that gets in your way, but there's a problem. From what I can tell, crossbow bolts don't seem to do any damage to the rubble.
Do you
And
have
even after doing
Yorm's
vigorous
sword?
aerobics to bring myself down into super
Is that
hyper
the
mode
sword of
range,
Yorm the
I get 0
Giant?
movement. Damn, I really thought that would work. Alright, new plan. Make the Dragon God do it for me. He's got big old meaty fists, surely he's strong enough to break the rubble. Well, after multiple attempts and minutes of slowly regenerating my health over and over again, it looks like this isn't gonna work either. The Dragon God can break the first rubble barrier, but it's not looking like he's able to break the second. I had just decided that I would have to break the pillars with my fists when Demon Souls decided to break itself. I'm not sure how or why, but the Dragon God threw my character out of bounds and down onto the lower level. I don't know what to do here. The Dragon God can't see me because his AI is looking for me on the level above, but I can't go back to the ballista that I need to shoot either. I tried to shoot the Dragon God's chin, but that doesn't seem to have a hitbox unless he's in phase 3, so that's out too. In the end, I decided Demon Souls was trying to tell me that it was time to move on with the run. I punched my way through the remaining stone barriers, made double certain that there was no way for me to kill the Dragon God without using giant ballistas, then proceeded to clear the level like normal. Or rather, it would have been like normal, but the cutscenes are acting like I've shot both ballistas already. Meanwhile, I still can't get to the first ballista since the Dragon God never actually cleared the rubble in a cutscene, which means the Dragon God isn't actually pinned down like it's supposed to be, and his head is free to roam about the cavern. Hitting the Dragon God's chin momentarily brings it back to the correct position, but afterward it just glitches
They're
out and goes
perfect.
wonky again. At least we can still hit the boss, I guess. This game's dumb. In any case, it's time to see what Super Hyper Mode can do. Whoa, Nelly, now that's the kind of damage I can work with. It's not perfect. This boss is just as janky as the Dragon God was, if not more so. And my crossbow's aim has not improved. But just before the second Man-Eater arrived on the scene, I was able to plink down the first, which meant that the second Man-Eater was easy pickings. Whew, thank God that only took one attempt once I got into Super Hyper Mode.
I needed
It would have
that.
sucked if I had
I
died
liked
and then
that
spent
so
hours
much.
upon hours trying to get that same amount of luck again. Wait, what are you doing? No, don't look at that. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Carl, cut the camera. After an unfathomable amount of pain and suffering that you'll never get to see, I've finally arrived at the last boss of World 3. No, not him. The yellow fabric. Yeah, that's right. The Archdemon is a piece of cloth. What'd we say about asking questions? As far as the fight itself is concerned, there's not a whole lot to it. It's just Half-Light from Dark Souls 3, but half as hard. Quarter light, if you will. Just wait for the old monk's AI to forget how to breathe, then shoot him in the face. He also really hates chairs, so if you can lure him into one of those, it'll give you an opening to shoot him as well. He does occasionally summon magical orbs to home in on your location, but you can just wait them out before going back on the offensive. Honestly, definitely one of the easier bosses we've faced thus far. World 3 cleared. And with that done, it's time to start cleaning up shop. With Super Hyper Mode now part of my arsenal, I now have enough damage to get rid of Garl Vinland. Just lure out an attack, then fire at will. Easy enough, since he won't ever leave his choke point. And since Estrella would rather die than talk to me, that's the last boss of World 5 defeated, which means we only have one more world left. World 1. There's not much to see here. Once we've entered Super Hyper Mode, nothing can stand in my way. Even the hardest enemies in the level go down in 2 hits. You can tell they're the best because they have mohawks on their helmets. So, after plinking my way through the level, we've arrived at the third to last boss, Artorias of the Abyss. Wait, no, that's not right. What's this guy's name? Really? That's what we're gonna go with? I mean, come on, his real name is Metis, and he's known as the King's Sword. You're telling me Bluepoint changed the name of Sticky White Stuff to Sticky White Slime, but couldn't be bothered to change this boss's name to Metis, the King's Sword? I mean, yeah, Sticky White Slime isn't much better, but tangents aside, this boss isn't too bad. More of a learning curve than anything else. The damage I'm doing is perfectly acceptable. I just need to learn the boss's attacks a bit better so I can dodge them properly. Which I do. But, because this is a crossbow run, I then need to learn which animations are safe to counterattack with, and which ones will result in a swift sword to the face. Turns out, the Penetrator has a little spin move that he does from time to time, and it's long enough that you can safely get an attack in, so long as you're far enough away. It takes some patience, and you have to keep your wits about you so that you can roll through his attacks, but wait for the right moment, and you can get your hits in with zero risk of getting slapped while you're reloading. And with a final bit of greed at the end of the fight, it's over. Penetrator bites the dust, and we're on to the final level of the game. I successfully sprint my way past a dragon, avoid an awkward elevator ride with Ostrava, then sit in silence while I wait for one of the longest elevator rides in video game history. At least the music's nice. And at the top of it all, we meet the man behind our suffering, Old King Allant. Let's do this. Much like the boss before him, this fight is all about timing. Avoid the attacks as they come whistling towards you, and take full advantage of his plunging attack animation whenever possible. He'll sometimes try to do it multiple times in a row, so you can get some pretty hefty damage in if you're lucky. Just make sure you watch out for wonky hitboxes, cause King Allant's got several. It took several elevator rides, but eventually I started to get the rhythm of the fight down. It's not terrible, it's just a matter of knowing when to dodge and avoiding the urge to panic. And now that we're taking advantage of his charge attacks in Super Hyper Mode, the damage is starting to rack up quickly. Just resist the urge to fire unless he begins to charge up his AoE blast, and the end will follow in due time. Or you can be me and get greedy in the last second of the fight. Either way works, but with that last bolt, we've done it. Every boss in the game defeated with a crossbow. All that's left is the end of all things. With the seal in the Nexus shattered, the way is now open, and with one final leap of faith, we head to the end, to the source of the fog, the Eater of Worlds, the Old One. I enter its gaping maw, ready for nothing, pushing through the branches that clog its innards, deeper towards the light. Inside, the true King Allant lurches towards me, mumbling the philosophies of an infinite being who's been alive for too many eons. I respond with a philosophy of my own, one that's metal has been tested against a mounting pile of dead horrors, a philosophy that proves true once more. And with that, we've done it. The Maiden in Black will do her part to lull the Old One back to slumber, ending the fog and the creation of further demons. And our soul, which has been trapped in the Nexus up to this point, is finally free.
I'll be out
and
soon
so,
too, y'all.
We're left with one final question.
I was gonna leave in like 2 minutes anyway.
How do we get home? And there you go. Demon's Souls beaten with only a crossbow, proving once and for all that the entire Souls series can be beaten without any form of stat scaling. It's weird. I wouldn't have thought that the second weapon type that I play through the entire series with would be a crossbow of all things. But life is strange like that sometimes. Thank you for watching. I hope you're having a fantastic holiday season and that all is well on your end. Make sure to treat yourself with the respect that you deserve. And remember, it always seems impossible until it is done. Take care of yourselves, be good to one another, and I'll see you all again soon.
Oops. Yeah, night, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out with my bitch ass. I appreciate you.
Hey, it's Lemon.
Please have a lovely one. Please enjoy your day. Please take care of yourselves. I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm gonna go have cereal and then take a nap. Yee. Peace out, y'all. Thank y'all for letting me hang out. Thanks for letting me be a reacty schmackty channel today. I'm so sorry, timestamp people. I'm sorry that they're only appropriately done for the first part of the day. I apologize greatly. I've got a better workflow for how I make sure they're consistently drawing on the screen and placing themselves. And I have consistency to do with not failing. So I'm sorry. I'm greatly sorry. If for some reason we reacted to your VOD and you're like, oh, bitch didn't put me in the timestamps. I literally broke them and it's a list now that all says 00. So I tried, but I broke them, so I apologize. Thank y'all so much. If y'all wanted to invade me or do any sort of joyous PvP, we can go have a jolly time. Good news. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm totally down for doing arena with people. Again, I'm rune level 47, weapon level 10. It's really fun here. There's a lot of helpful blue shit to do. I like the people. I have a good time. I wouldn't change my stats easily. I'm going to back up this save and spend a lot of my time coming to this particular save, and then we're also going to try some other levels. I forgot which ones. We're going to try some other levels to go and do jolly PvP at. We'll see what goes on. It's kind of that helpful blue stuff has been so fucking consistent and so fucking good. Also, you're leveled enough that you get to do wacky shit like this with both source seals. You're at such a level where your little fucking wretch upstart goes really well with a bunch of +5s. Now, there are instances where you might be able to min-max better for more appropriate stat distribution with less radical changes to your stuff later. But I'm just saying, I like this to scale at 1, 2, 3 at a minimum, and it can go so much higher. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Wait, I had it at 134-ish or something the other day. Oh, with Faith. The extra Faith one puts it at 134. And opens up some so the scaling goes real nice with Frenzied Flames. So incant scaling times something, I forgot, 0.1 maybe. It's whatever. Just holy shit. 20 dex, 15 in mind, endurance, strength, int, and arcane, 61 in vigor. Never going back. Never going back. I had to put levels somewhere, and after doing a Retchy run, then a level 1-y run, this is way more cozy. It's forgiving, it's fluffy, you're very squishy. You can take mini punches. Alright, I'm getting offline. Y'all, I've left this game on when I go AFK and take naps. Thank you all so much for hanging out with my undeserving bitch ass. I appreciate you immensely. I wish you the absolute best, no matter what the day brings or whom you are. Just be okay out there, you silly geese. I'll be back tomorrow. Same bad place, same bad time, being a loser and a lame ass. And join the Discord and say hello if you want me to like do passworded arena with you, I guess, in Smelly Ring. We can like settle on a password and just like check it and roll up and see if people are there every so often, I guess. That could be fun. Just like fight each other. Alright, bye. Peace out. Take care. Have a lovely one. But I'd say we should just go into public arena, because why not? Just do it.